Hey, just give me 2 minutes. I have to invite Sarah to the team. They have to give me admin permission.
Okay.
Hey, a few minutes, guys. Like they're giving me so that will be before. Now see someone is responding as they have a friction.
Yeah, so what to do? So we'll have a class or we'll have 7 o'clock only.
Hi, Siva sir. Good evening.
Yeah, hi Prakash, sir. Good evening.
Hi. I make you host, sir. Can you please make me
Yeah.
co-host?
You're doing now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay. Good evening, guys. Any questions you have to discuss before going on the session?
Very good evening. Uh, no, I am not configured it, so I don't have any question right now.
Okay. Anyone have any cluster ready with me to share?
No, sure, even I have not done the practice. Like, we'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I want also. I was working on Jenkins today.
Your Jenkins issue resolved?
Yes, I was able to deploy that, but
Okay.
I haven't started any job on that. Only just hello echo command and just done that.
No, check Maven. Maven was working or not. Check that one.
Yeah, I'll check now.
Any other questions? Okay, no worries. So we'll start with Terraform then.
Have we covered secrets and all other topic of Kubernetes?
We don't have cluster now. Like that's what I asked. Like I require a cluster so that if you guys provide me a cluster, I can do. Or else again, I have to create the cluster. Again, it will take some time for that.
Mhm.
Anyway, next class we are going to like integrate Docker, Jenkins, and Kubernetes. That time I'll take it up. Okay. So we have like it's quite same like how we creating the configuration maps and secrets, all like a kind of configuration files. So you're changing the kind and you're adding some of these things. So that's a way we usually do that. But we are integrating that all a kind of thing. Like okay, all a kind of thing, and we will integrate. From Jenkins, we integrate Docker, and we will build the same, and we have to create a deployment and service all those things. So that setup will be the setup was there. So we will do that, like we do the deployments, all those things in the next week,
Okay.
next Saturday session. That's our ultimate goal, like integrating Kubernetes and do the deployment actually. Okay. It is a quite setup you guys required because it required to have Kubernetes. So now there, like, I'm deploying Jenkins, also a kind of image, and I'm also creating deployment for the Jenkins, and I'm taking there. That is how I'll do. Like, so how usually it will be happen in the real time. Okay. So a kind of, your real use case that we will practice in that next week. Okay.
Okay.
But the similar manner service here, you're going to create secret, but here like a secret or config map, it look like the same. This is the same. These 4 sections is the same, whatever you have here. But if you're going on right, like it also some version. Suppose it's a config map, it will be like a config map. Say, you can write like this thing. You can write like label, and the spec also creating it is, and here in the spec you created data. So here you're writing everything, like suppose name equal to Siva Prasad, URL equal to, like this, you'll write everything has a key value per combination. It is nothing but a data type. How you have a multiple data types, like data type, string data type. You have a lot of in array or like, data type, all those things. You have multiple records will be there. Similar manner here also, you will have multiple records. That records, it consists of like, some kind of key value pair combinations. That is a data type here. This is like nothing but config. The secret is also same, but config map and secret both are the same as the data value kind of key value pair kind combinations. But only thing like the secrets is a 64-bit encrypted. That is the only thing. Other than that, remaining things are same. Okay. Terraform. Terraform is a like a infrastructure as a code, infra as a code. First thing, what is infrastructure as a code? Mean to say, if you're required to create any of your, like suppose an AWS, or like if you created any infrastructure, what you will do, you go to that particular console. If you're going on like even on premises, also you're going on the VMware and you created how much of your resources you want to have, how many VMs you have to create, all those things. Even if you come to the cloud, you're going on suppose just in EC2 instances, you're going on EC2 instances, EC2 dashboard and launch instances, you're providing AMI and you're providing all these things and you're creating that one. Okay, so once if you have a permission, you're going to do all those things. But what happened, again, if you want, like I have like similar kind of some bigger thing, EKS I have. In such cases, I created an EKS. Again, if I want to create one more EKS, I can't do it because it's not like that much easy to replicate the same thing. So if you won't have you're not followed, like I'm 100% sure we won't, maybe some mistakes or something, and even we can't get the same as is kind of thing. And that is also kind of a lot of manual work. It will be required for every time. Suppose now we want to create one more cluster. So it's not that easy to process and take it up all the things again and again in the manual activities. And also suppose they're like you're creating EKS. There you have to like go with a lot of things, like you have to create a roles and you have to create it like these things, you have created that thing. All those things you're required to have like a step-by-step process. You have to go in and do that. So Kubernetes, how many steps you have, like you're creating in a EC2 instances, you're creating in a Kubernetes cluster. You see that there are like plenty of the steps we have to follow, and even if you lost one step, again it lost the kind of thing. That is not that is something, it kind of a clumsy things. And even if I'm giving like a kind of if I'm giving in a full privilege to the specific all the people, it's gonna like worry for me, because if I'm giving like for all the DevOps engineers, we won't have a full permission to the cloud engineer will have a full permission to the cloud. So how I have to maintain, like if they're not giving me full permission, I have to make a resources to be available. How can I create a resources in there? And like it's a cloud, it is always, it is always a matter of cost. So every service, whatever you run, every service, it comes as a kind of comes as a costable involved in that, cost included in that one. So that's the reason what we do. We won't make it up any resource like manually. Even suppose if you created now and you forget to delete, that is not something. There are plenty of examples. Like it's very tough to deal infrastructure specifically. So that's where a new tool comes up called Terraform. This Terraform is like a product of HashiCorp. I'll show you like what's HashiCorp. So this is a company, like it's a product of HashiCorp. They have very, very good products actually. If you see the product section, they have like very, very nice products like a Packer, Vault, like Vault, Nomad, Waypoint, Wagon. These are all very, very nice applications. And infrastructure, they have like Terraform, Packer. So like we are using AMIs, right? In AWS, we have AMIs, like as we could see, which OS you want to have, all those things. This is one, this is one of the tool you're going to create that one. How we are creating images with the Docker, right? Similarly, if you want to create AMI, yeah, this is the one Packer tool you're going to utilize. And security, Vault. This is a Vault injection is like very, very, very good. That's the most common tool we're going to use in our Kubernetes kind of things. Like so, like suppose if I'm required to get like AWS keys, AWS user, AWS kind of these things, access keys and secret keys, all those things. Right? Usually you won't do a direct interaction with AWS security. So everything it comes to you are like a Vault. Then from Vault you're fetching that one. So it is a kind of security wise, it is a very top notch level kind of thing I can say. So like this, they have a plenty of very good products. Inside of that, that is one of the product is called Terraform. So what Terraform do? Terraform do, it helps you to create infrastructure. It helps you to create infrastructure as a code, infrastructure as a code. And also, and along with that, it automate that process. What are the infrastructure as a infrastructure as a code, what you're building, it do an automated process. It's not something like, you're not required to do everything manual. So like it automated that infrastructure process. Okay, so it automated the infrastructure creation process, all those things. More on it is created on 2014 and kind of thing, but 15 onwards they started utilizing this thing. And this is a small tool, but it has a very huge impact. And in interview, most of the times you will see like they're like if everyone will give commonly Terraform. Okay, automate the infrastructure on the cloud. So they'll usually give you 90% Terraform. You will definitely get it up. Say yes, we require Terraform. We require Terraform. Whether you're going to use or not, you can utilize the Terraform. That much easy. That much like uses we have with the Terraform. Okay. So even now also in my like regular work, we use a Terraform. Even now also we will do everything with the Terraform only. Suppose if I created EKS cluster or if I require to, even now I don't have a full access. If I require to create EC2 instances in my cloud environment, in office environment, I have to run with the Terraform only. I can't create any EC2 instance. I don't have full permission over that. Everything I have to do it with in Terraform only. But I'm not going to maintain anything with the Terraform. But for my requirement also, I need to run Terraform scripts only. Okay. What other tools is been comparatively we have for the Terraform? So if you see like a Terraform and Ansible, we have Terraform, Ansible. These are all common famous infrastructure as a codes. So these tools will help you to create automate the infrastructure as a code basis. You're saying like it's a code basis. What kind of code it is? They call it as HCL. They call it as HCL. That is HashiCorp Lang. They call it as HCL, HashiCorp language. So they have their own language and they're creating that. But does it have a standards or something? Even no one knows. That's a very simple English. You're going to write this code. Okay, in very simple English, it's purely key value pair combination. So you have key and your corresponding value. That's it. That is a HCL is one of the key value pair kind of language. So where you're providing key and corresponding key have a value. That is the one thing. It's a very simple language actually. Okay, but all the files it required to be say with a .tf. .tf as .terraform file. .tf mean to say .terraform file. Okay, you have to remember like every file need to be saved as a .tf file. Okay. So like where I can install Terraform, you can install in Windows or you can install in the Linux or you can install anything, but it is purely kind of it won't have any screen or it won't have any UI. You're going on everything as a command line tool only, CTL command line tool only. So this is what way you have to use. Like you have to use either in Unix or even if you Linux or even in Windows. You're purely opening a command line prompt and you're running the Terraform. So Terraform script, one thing you have to need to understand. One is Terraform script, how you have to write the script. And the second one is the commands. What are the commands you have to enter for that one? Okay. So even I'll show you like what they differentiated with the two set of commands. One as main commands, other one as the sub commands. So Terraform give us like what are the main commands, what are the like sub commands, all those things. So if you try to install Terraform download. So this is their official website, terraform.io. Here you have a registry. So similarly, how you have registry for your all the activities. So how we have a registry for the Docker, how we have like a, Docker Hub is also there, right? Like it is image registry. A similar manner here also we have like a lot of image, a lot of code is available here. They're also maintaining a registry. Here also you have like a few things. The first thing you have to understand is providers. Yeah, it's open source only. It's open source tool. Sorry. Both are open source only. Okay, so first let me download and I'll tell you like what required to have. If you see here in the download option, just go to the official website. Here you have ways of downloading. So here you have like Windows. Here you can see that you have Mac OS, Windows, Linux you have. So if I click on Windows, so 386 1.4.6 is our latest version. And that is also we have here. So you can download this thing. Once you downloaded here, it generated a kind of it will download a zip format file. Once you have a zip format file, you can extracting that. So once you extracted it, it's very recently extracted, and here is the Terraform. Once you extracted that zip file, you have Terraform this thing, Terraform.exe. You're not required to install anything. You just copy this thing and create an environmental variable. Just copy this thing and create an environmental variable. Go to the path. You're not required to install anything. Just coming here. And so here, see here, I've already added as a C Terraform. Okay, so this is how you just simply add environmental variable in the path. That is done. Like you install. You're not required to install. It's a simple kind of binary thing. You're not required to install a kind of. You're not required to install like service installer kind of thing. Okay, even here also like for remaining thing also like for if you see in the Linux also you have Ubuntu. Here also Ubuntu also you have, and like for others also you have. So here you can see that other options like for the Linux binary download you have available. So package manager for the Ubuntu, like for Solaris or Mac OS, Windows, they have like plenty of ways. Even if you click on the Ubuntu Debian, you can choose here any other options. Amazon Linux, yeah, they have these options. Like this, they have every of the OS they have this Terraform. Okay, so I downloaded this zip format, I extracted that, and I saw the .exe, and that .exe I'm not installed that one. Remember, I've not installed that. I just added the path of that, and I downloaded that into the Terraform, the folder called Terraform. I took that path and I updated that in my environmental variable path folder. So done. You're not required to install anything. It's a binary kind of thing. Okay, it's a kind of binary thing. So how can I confirm that one? Just going on here using command block. So it says Terraform 1.4.6 on Windows 386. Okay, here what is the version they have? This is also same 1.4.6. That's like a latest version which I have installed. So this is the latest version I have. So you can try again. You're not required to install. You have to add the path for that one. That will make enough. You're not required to worry on that one. Okay. So now my Terraform is installed. If I use Terraform -help, see the available command for execution are listed below. here, if you see here, main commands, all other commands. As they given, this is the main commands. And remaining kind of commands also they gave. But these are the main commands. That's what as they mentioning here. These are the main commands. Okay, so anyway, we're going to discuss about the same main commands only. Other commands, like we have a lot of other commands. But our main intention was these main commands, like automated the infrastructure as a code. That's our main intention. Okay, so installation done. You have like you have main commands list as well. Now what we have to do? So suppose like we want to create infrastructure. Where we want to create infrastructure, either you want to create in the cloud or you want to create in the cloud. Also, you have AWS, like you have Azure, you have like the GCP, you have plenty of other different types of clouds. So which cloud you have to take? Suppose if I take AWS, okay, AWS. So how like how this Terraform can be configured with your AWS? So these are all like kind of first you have to create a kind of thing like the first configuration is required from your AWS to Terraform. Then like creating some instances, are you creating some resources. Those all need to be integrated with your AWS. Some kind of configuration file are required to create here. Okay, so if I'm required to create a configuration file, I required some kind of configuration details. So suppose AWS. Which AWS account and like how can I access that one and what I'm trying to create, all those things. Okay, that's the one thing. We have one file we have to create, the one configuration file we have to create that you call main.tf file. This is the default file. Whatever you write here inside of the main.tf file, your entire code will be placed in your main.tf file only. Okay, entire code will be placed on main.tf file only. So this is the standard practice. You use main.tf as one kind of a main Terraform file, and anything you require to invoke, you require to invoke through your main.tf file only. Or else you can create like as a worst practice. You can create as worst practice. You can create like anything. But what it like. But it's invoking those things and all, like you have to take a little bit care on that one, or else main.tf is a standard practice in industry. Main.tf is a standard practice in industry for creating all those things. Okay. So now our main intention, create a main.tf file. So now I have the code and I have to create a configuration file. So first configuration file, I'm like in main.tf file, I have to configure. In this main.tf file, what I have to configure? I require to configure first thing I have to require, I connect it to my AWS environment. And then I have to create instances in that. I have to do some kind of infrastructure code I have to written to provision any of the service in the same cloud. Okay. If I require to go, suppose how can first thing, how can I connect it to the AWS server? How can I connect it to the AWS server? If you see that kind of configuration, Terraform treats that everything as a provider. Terraform treats like all these things, like a cloud environments, all those things as a providers only. I mean to say, like you have Azure. See here, you can see that if you go to the Terraform main website, the registry.terraform.io, here you have browse providers. These are the providers. These are the providers they already configured as a part of they already given you like a lot of information and a lot of documents and a lot of code they all written here, and they're giving you like kind of providers. Terraform treats the target environment as a one provider. Suppose AWS. Now I have to create an instance in AWS. Now if I require to create an instance in AWS, I have to, and my Terraform treating that AWS as one kind of provider to me. Okay, so AWS is I'm treating that as AWS as one of the providers. Similarly, these many providers I have, and these many providers, my Terraform is supporting for that. Now Terraform has support for these many providers. I mean to say these many target environments I have. Suppose if I'm going on the AWS, if I click AWS, so the AWS has one kind of provider, and they given you like a lot of these things, and they also gave you a kind of source code for you. And they also have like versions, all those things. If I'm going one step back again, here also you can see TAR official partner community. So if you see here, official, if you remove this partner and if you remove this community, if you see, these are the official things. These are the official things, like, where you can see like this these are the kind of, registries maintained by your official from HashiCorp or like Terraform, anything like they are officially maintaining these kind of providers. So any of the changes, any of the information, anything, whatever they have to do. So everything they're maintaining, everything is maintained by HashiCorp. Okay. So here they have official. If you're going on the partners wise, these are the partners. I mean to say they're connected with some kind of a partners, provide partners. So they connected to this partnership, and they're building this kind of provider things. Similarly, community versions. You have a community versions as well. Okay, you have a community version. You can check these things. So these are all the suppose a community, like a group of people as community, and they are utilizing these things. Okay, so I am going on the official AWS. So it's a lifecycle management for AWS resources, including EC2, Lambda, EKS, ECS, S3. The provider is maintained initially by internally by HashiCorp AWS provider team. Sorry, like Santosh has a question. What is Artifactory? Artifactory is nothing but it is also a kind of package manager. Suppose you're creating a var package, jar packages, right? A kind of registry to store the packages, what you called Artifactory. In terms of Maven terminology, what are the jar package, var package you're creating, that they call that as artifacts, and where you're storing the artifacts is nothing but they called Artifactory. Back to the Terraform. So here they provided a lot of things. So like if I'm clicking on the source code here, so they're providing a lot of examples, lot of source code, and this is a one kind of repository. They're it is internally maintained by this thing. If I go to the examples here, see how many have, how much of source code I have for this thing, and even I have like these issues. You can see the example, you can see the infrastructure. And also they have 49 branches. So these are the kind of thing like ECS, ELB, events, ECS, DB. There are plenty of examples. They gave you SageMaker and Transys. They gave you plenty of examples for you to practice kind of thing. They the best thing here, they provided everything to you, but now they gave you more than what you required. What you have to do, you have to what you have to do, you have to get those things, and you have to do you're going to set it out, are you going to take it up, what much you required, how much you required, that is the part only you're taking. Everything they provided in examples here, you can find everything as an example, but it will have more than what you required. It will have more required, but you have only pick it up, select whatever you require, whatever the things are required, you have to take that one. So remaining things you have to you have to make sure that what is your requirement, you have to understand clear requirement, and instead of that list, what you have to take, all those things you have to take. Okay, so that's the one thing you're not required to worry. Hey, how can I write that one? What is the kind of code for that? You're not required to worry. Terraform team itself providing 99% for every other service which you can created by the Terraform. They provide you every of the service, but along with the code, but they gave you full code. So they gave you full code. Suppose now for one requirement, you have to pass certain data. So if they gave you like in a full code, mean to say if they gave you full code as 100 variables, they gave 100 logics. But you have to take pick it up only certain logic and certain things you have to pick it up, and how you are getting those things. All those things you have to sort it out of your logic and pick it only like how much you require the code or how much of thing you require. You are going to modify you're getting this into your local and you're modifying how much you require that. That is one of the best. That's the reason everyone liking the Terraform. So they have everything they already have everything. You're not worried to say, you're not bothered thing. But the thing, right, like you have to which AWS service you create, have a clear idea like what's required for this thing, what is the kind of input I have to share and what kind of output I have to share. That is a clear idea, clear understanding you have on that particular resource. Suppose if I'm creating EC2, and what are the details I have to pass? I have to pass like a tag I have to pass, I have to AMI I have to pass, and T2 like the instance type I have to pass. These kind of instances I am passing. After instance is created, I'm taking the public IP. That is my output. So you have to have a clear understanding what input I have to pass and what output I have to be utilized. That is a kind of clear understanding on each and every resource. While creating in a resource, you have to have what you have to process for that resource and what you have to have that resource. That is a understanding required for. But if required those things, you require to knowledge on the cloud. Suppose if you're going on the one specific cloud, you have to make sure that you have specific specific knowledge on the particular service and what is the expectation if you're creating the service, what it will do. All those things you have to have commanding on that particular service. Then only go create Terraform happily, or else it's very tough for you. Yeah, back to again this registry. Here they provided like a source codes also, all these things. And also they're providing you a kind of, here they're providing you a kind of use provider details. Use provider details. Here, if I click here, they gave me to install this provider, copy and paste, okay? Copy and paste this code. That's what they told me. If required to install this provider, they gave me these things. So I'm just copying this entire data. I'm just checking one more file here.
क्लास ले रहा हूँ अभी.
Okay, so I just copied they provided like what kind of configuration you require to have. So they provided that details. Here, Terraform, required providers, AWS, source, version. So this is the AWS source version they're providing for you. And this is a configuration options you have for these things. Now, so which kind of AWS I have connected? Say I have my own account and you have your own account. To what AWS have to connect this thing. If required to connect that thing, you are going to get your access keys and secret keys. We're going to do this thing. You're going to get access keys and secret keys. How can I get the access keys and secret keys? Again, you're logging into the AWS. Go to home page. On the right hand side, where you have your username mentioned, where you have your username mentioned here, you have a security credentials. You have your security credentials options.
Hi Shiva. How to come here from the profile?
No, I just log into the AWS.
Okay.
After that, and login AWS, you have user profile on the top hand right side corner.
Okay.
a little bit slow today. Here you have security credentials. You have to click on this thing. You can able to say I'm highlighting this thing. You have to click on the security credentials. Once you come to here, your security credentials, here you have different types of credentials. Okay, here you have different types of credentials. And then you have option for the access key and secret key. Okay, access keys and secret keys. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, yes, but voice is breaking between some.
Yeah, it's breaking in between.
Yeah, it's breaking.
Okay, it just now or like from the starting onwards?
No, from now.
Sometime.
From some time back, yes.
I don't know. All of a sudden, even now, that's what I could see. Even my this thing is. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Hey, how about now? I'm good.
Yes, yes. No, it's fine.
Okay, so when you little bit scroll down here, you have access keys and secret keys. Here, this is one I have. Like I'm just removing this thing. This is an old one. So like whatever the access key I have, it got deleted. I'm just creating a new access key. Okay, so continue to use access key. Okay, so this is my access key. I'm just download the CSV file. I'm done. So again, I have more secret key. It just created now. Okay, so I just downloaded that. So once you download, you have to download that into a kind of CSV file, or else you can't get again what access key and secret key. Again, you have to make it up, delete this thing, and again you have to create one more. So this is what you have to do. Okay, so now I have my access keys and secret keys. This like. Here I have access key and secret key. Okay, so this is the CSV file which I have generated. If I'm copying this thing, I'll have here. I'll write it up here as my access key ID. The ID underscore. Here in this thing, the other thing you have to remember, no capital letters. No capital letters. Still my voice is breaking, guys.
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay. Give me 2 minutes. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay, it seems like they have a, it's Sunday, right? So most of the people in home. So access key, I have to copy this thing. And you have to mention everything in the double quotes here. Other
Okay.
than if you're providing like runtime variable kind of thing, that you okay. But other than that, every value required to be in double quotes. And now again, I have to come here and go to the secret key. I have to mention here, and same I have to write it as a secret underscore key. And S should be small. Space equal to, I have a double quotes. This is the one I have to take. And next, what reason you're giving. So my region is like, here it is. So if I'm creating an EC instances, I always try to create in Mumbai region. It will be like AP South, AP-South-1. I'll show you like where you can see this. So this is the Mumbai AP-South-1. This is my region. So now I provided configuration options. This is the access key and this is the secret key and this is the region. I am trying to create my instance. I'm trying to create my infrastructure under this region. Now what I have to create? So now I configured my AWS account details here. I say I'm good with here. And now what I have to configure? Like what infrastructure you have to provision? What infrastructure you have to provision? Okay, like suppose if I'm creating like what happens, suppose like we'll take EC2 instances. I have to create EC2 instances. So like, let me go here. If I try to create EC2 instances here, what I required here, just do the launch instance. So here I have to have tag name. I have to provide the tag name and these are all. But again, I told like you're not required to worry. How can you can pick the code from your this thing? How can you get that one? Just go to the Terraform provided here. Terraform HashiCorp. Here you have an option called documentation. Just click on this documentation. You'll have documentation option. Click on this documentation options. They'll give you like every code here, like whatever the code you required, or every resource code they get you here. But you have to make it up, you have to give it up that. So now what we're trying to do, instance. So here, if I see instance, EC2, one thing is came, EC2. In EC2 also, here I have AWS AMI from instances, EC2 instance state, AWS instance type, offering, like they have like plenty of things here. Okay, but now what we're trying to do, we're trying to create AWS instance. When I selected this thing, one second. Okay, so sorry. Here I have like all resources here. Like see, simple. Okay, here you can take this thing. This is
Shiva,
the
voice
resource
is
where
breaking.
what you have to write here.
Voice is breaking again.
Is good now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I have to copy this entire as a resource here. I'm taking this resource and updating here as that resource. Okay, here everything like in terms of Terraform, every service we call it as a resource. So what resource you're creating? I'm creating EC2 instances. Instead of EC2 instances, also you can create a plenty of ways. You can create AMI, that is also one instance, that is also one resource. Are trying to create S3, that is also one resource. Are creating like some other service. Like there are each and every service there in like if you're trying to do that you call here as a resource. Okay, you have to write resources. You have to write resources. So what is a resource? They're saying AWS _ instance is the resource. For the instance, you have a name called web instance. The name you call it you gave a name to that as a web. Okay, and here it says AMI and what AMI it has. So they gave me some kind of idea. Just remote this thing. And now you have to provide AMI details here. What is that AMI details? AMI ID I have to provide. How can I get the AMI ID? If I go to this instance, launch instance here, if I click on here anything Ubuntu, suppose I just selected Ubuntu here. For every of AMI, whatever I'm selecting here, every AMI will have a kind of AMI ID. So this is my AMI ID. This AMI ID I have to pass here. This AMI ID have to pass here saying that, yes, this is my AMI ID. And instance type, what type of instance you're forwarding here? You're forwarding as t2.micro. And what tag you're providing, hello world. If you have any security groups you're required to pass, you have to provide that. And if you have any subnets, you have to provide any VPC. So like this, it will have each and every detail you have to pass it here. Okay, so suppose as I told, right, like I required like I'll have a full details, but for my thing, I have AMI, I have instance type, I'm passing the tags. So with these details, I'm creating an instance for me. Okay, I'm taking a limited details here and I'm passing like this as instance and I'm taking the detail. I'm just trying to create the instance here. I'm trying to create an instance here. So the first thing here, they provide me Terraform like a provider details and connecting to that provider details and creating the resources here. So this is what file you call it as main.tf file. This is a file you call it as main.tf file. As I could see here, provider details, provider configuration, and resource to create inside of that provider. Now this is the code. This is a source code for you to create instance. You're not required to go to the now EC2 instances. No, you're not required to go to the like AWS and again go to the instances. All those things. You're not required to do that one. You can simply have here this thing. You can simply have this thing and you can directly, how many times you run this thing, yeah, that many instances will be created. Okay. Let me save this thing and I'll show you, like I'll run like save as. And I'm just taking that as main.tf file. Okay, main.tf. I just saved this as a main.tf file. Mean to say a TF file I have saved. Now here I created a new folder. Let's go to this. I just created maze.rsl. Here I created running nodes. Here I created, sorry, in this same place I created Terraform. In the Terraform I created main.tf file. It is a Terraform file here. Now I'm taking a kind of command prompt from here. I'm taking a command prompt from here and again running Terraform -version. Make sure that my Terraform is working from here. So I could see Terraform 1.4.6 has been there on Windows 386. That's good. Terraform is working fine. Now, if I go to this here, they told me, hey buddies, we have some main commands. What are the main commands here? If you see this main commands list here, they told init, prepare your working directory for the other commands. Next, validate, check whether the configuration file is valid or not. Plan, show the changes, apply, create or update, destroy those things. We'll see like one by one. So what is the first thing you have to do? Terraform init. What does Terraform init do? This Terraform init will install the provider, will install the provider things, like will install the provider, like suppose like you going on the Terraform, right? Like a Terraform with AWS. Now Terraform AWS required to be into that AWS, what are the provider you have for the AWS need to be installed on your Terraform. How you can do that one? So if I'm going here, see here, I'm going on this thing again. I'm opening a command prompt here in this particular page. Here also I'm just giving Terraform init. Here I'm just entering the Terraform init. It says Terraform initialized an empty directory because it says like the directory has no Terraform configuration files. Okay, so even when you try to do it with some other folder or something, it won't have a configuration file. It don't know which kind of provider you have to install. So remember that if you run it with somewhere like other than the main.tf file has been present, it says like it won't create you. It says like no configuration file found here, because you're maintaining the provider details in a kind of configuration file called main.tf file. You're maintaining that configuration details in main.tf file only. So now again, I'm closing this session. I'm going on here. I'm running the same command, Terraform init. So here, see, initializing HashiCorp AWS with a version as 4.67.0. That is a version I have mentioned here in my main.tf file. Here you can see. So it is installing that as that providers into my Terraform. It will take 2-3 minutes.
Now, so suppose we have 2-3 script written .tf extension. So how will it will identify that which TF file to pick up?
That's what I told. Like in it won't take like any of the such file. It will take it up all the files. But you know what you do, right? You have to create in the way like integrating that. You are like creating all those things into the main file. That is the reason I told like you can create even not required to save that as a main.tf file. You can save that as ec2.tf file also. That is also will be taken. But why you do that? Because Terraform don't know which file it has to be run. So it will do, it will take it up from the sequence and it will from like an alphabet hierarchy, and it will start executing all the files. What are the files you have 10 Terraform files. It will start executing all the 10 Terraform files on the alphabetical order. So that's the reason we are creating like, we won't create it like that way. We always use like, everything as a main.tf file, and you're trying to integrate your logic, entire logic inside of your main.tf file. And that's where you can say, yes, this is my main file and I'm running this file, and this is the content inside of my main.tf file. Like this is a resource I'm trying to create. I'll show you an example for you.
Shiva, like, let's say, can Terraform pick up the code from Git, from source code, like the main.tf file, if we put it there from there?
You can create in there, but it's required to be in your local where you're running on this thing. You have to have the code in the local where you're running the Terraform.
Oh, from remote repository, we can't connect it.
Now, how you connected, like where you created that? You have a source code in your remote repository, and where you install your Terraform?
In local.
It's on local machine.
Yeah, then it's required to have that's what I shown you. Like I just open other command. I don't have any Terraform code over there. If I try to do that, it says like empty configuration file. You have to have the proper configuration file for that. The same is to here. This is the examples they gave to me. I'm taking like I take any of the thing, like, okay, which is known for us. Okay, I'll take like a RDS or like a S3 or SageMaker. Okay. The SageMaker also, you have a plenty of options. See here, everything comes under the main.tf file only. So here, if you see here, everything comes as a main.tf file only. Okay, so everything they created that as the main.tf file only. For the provider, they use like AWS alias as a prod and region, access key and secret key, and they create resources. These resources also they're using that this is a provider, and this is the bucket name you have to have, and these are the variables that I'll discuss in later. And you have to create resources like this. This is one like AWS official. AWS official from HashiCorp. You can see here that this is where you can create your these things. So you have to do like a main.tf file. See here you have main.tf file, and everything they written inside of main.tf. Even if you take any of the file, even if you take Lambda file system, you also have main.tf file. And if you take IVS, here also you'll have main.tf file. Like this how you main.tf file you maintain. So that's a standard practice actually. So here I'm telling, yes, buddy, here this is a main.tf file I have, and inside of this thing, if you go to the Terraform, provider, and the resources, this is the major 3 sections you have, and you can write multiple resources. After one resource creation, you have multiple resource creation. See here, Terraform as initialized, successfully initialized, and you may working with your Terraform now. Let me run the Terraform version one more time. What is the difference on here from here to here?
Added provider registry. Yes.
Now the provider, like what are the AWS provider we have, it is installed on my Terraform now. I can give that as a version. And if suppose if a version changes, like AWS has been changed it as to 4.68, again you have to do one more in it. Every time, whenever the provider things has been changed, you have to use Git Terraform in it. Other than that, you're not required to do that. Okay. Because that is only when it has happened, when your like provider has been changes, a provider has upgraded, all those things you have to do these things. Let me clear this thing. Let me run it from Git bash, then you will see like very nicely.
So the Terraform will create just an infrastructure like OS installation. All it will not. It doesn't do that, right? That have to do it separately.
No, what's that one?
So like once the infra is created, we need like Ubuntu OS. So that it won't do, right? That will do manually or through some?
No, that's what we're creating it, right? Like I provided AMI as the Ubuntu only. So it will create a Ubuntu base for me, Ubuntu EC2 instances. See, I'm just creating an instance. See, now we can see here, this provider has been added to your Terraform version. Does it make sense for you?
Yes, yes.
See, I don't mind what OS you are going on. I'm trying to create a AWS instance with some details. In that details, I have to provide AMI ID. That AMI ID, whatever the AMI ID you're providing, like you are providing Ubuntu or Windows, whatever it is, it will pick it up that's it. You don't know like whether you're creating Windows or you're creating Ubuntu or kind of. And Terraform perspective, you provided a resource and you're asking it to create the resource, it will create that resource and it required to have some parameters. That's it. Okay, so first thing, Terraform init has been completed. So, and previously I have this main.tf file only, but when I do the Terraform init, I have like, I got the two files. One is .terraform and .terraform HCL file. If I go to the .terraform, here you have provider details. Here you have registry.terraform.io. Here you have HashiCorp. Here you have AWS. This is a Terraform installation file. It has been added to you. That will be in a .terraform file inside of your Terraform. Wherever you're running your Terraform, it will be like you will have a .terraform file, and it will have like maintain your Terraform provider details, provider versions. All those things will be maintained here. And this is the log file you have. You can lock off your HCL, like you can just open this thing, like open. So here, these are the providers you have, and these are the versions you have, and you can log this file. So this file is maintained by automatically by Terraform init. Manual edits may lose the future updates. So what it will do, it will always try to get like what is the latest updates, and will try to get that latest updates of that part for your provided things, not for your things. It is maintained for your provider things. Okay, these are the two files newly created. Now I have main.tf file, and I'll go to the next command, whatever they mention inside of them. Next thing, they told init be good. Init, any questions on init?
No. Go for the validate.
So validate, check whether the configuration is valid or not. That it says that the configuration is valid or not. I'm just going on here. So what are the code I've written here, whether it is properly configured or properly verified or not. So let me go here again and say Terraform validate. Terraform validate. If you give any errors on your code, it will throw you here. There is an error and these things. Success, it says the configuration valid. Let me do some changes here. Okay, what I do here, I just remove this bracket here. I just saved here again, and again I do validate. Here it says in main.tf file, line number 18, resource AWS instance web, a reference resource must be followed at least one attribution access, specifying the resource name. It says here there is some issue. Now you go here, you're going on these things. You go like it says you're missing these things. And suppose I'll create it like I'll give a capital letters here. Just give a capital letter in access key. Again, I'm trying to do validate. I'm corrected one thing, and again, there's one more mistake. The other beauty here, it says like where you have, see, access key is not expected token. Did you mean access key? So like, it gave you properly like a where the error, you're not required to say some error. It gave you like where the error is. It is also mentioned where the error is. I just saved that thing and again I'm doing Terraform validate.
Shiva,
Yes.
if I change anything in man.tf file, then go first the command init.
No,
Or
init, you're not you're not changing the code, right? You're not changing the provider code. Suppose init will only do the install of your provider. Okay, if you change anything on, like suppose you previously you have in 4.67.0. Suppose if your version has been changed, your version has been upgraded, again you have to do the init, or else you're not required to do the init.
Okay, got it.
That init only for the provider things. See here now, what are the code I written, and it's say Terraform validate. So it means to say now it is validated. Okay, yes, now it is clear. So the next command here I have is plan validate is good. Now I have a plan, show changes required by the current configuration. So it has a Terraform plan. So what does Terraform plan do? This Terraform plan give you a kind of a plan, mean to say, what are the resources you're trying to do, what you have in your main.tf file. Let me write you, okay? So now what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to create EC2 instances. That is meant to be one resource I'm trying to create. So this Terraform plan will tell you, buddy, you're going to create one resource. That is one resource. And what the resource and all the details it will provide it here in the plan. If you're good with the plan only, you have to do, like suppose if you gave like multiple things, like suppose if you gave multiple kind of things, you don't know how many, what it has been creating, all those things have to go to the plan. And once you give Terraform plan, it will execute what you're trying to do. See here, plan say 1 to add and 0 to change, 0 to destroy. And what is that 1 to add? Here, if you go here, a little bit up here, we go a little bit up here, the Terraform will following actions. AWS instance .web will be created. So it says AWS underscore instance is one resource has been creating here that you can see here. One going to be added because it's a configuration, like you are going to create infrastructure. If you don't know what you're trying to create, it's like nothing use. You have to make sure what you're trying to create, all those things. Okay, so now the plan will show you, how what you're trying to create and what is a plan for you have in your main.tf file. What is you have Terraform file and what it is going to be executed in the Terraform file. It gave you kind of details here. Good here. I didn't execute it. I just gave to the plan, and by the plan I came to know I'm trying to do AWS instances. That is also one resource is going to be added. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Now the last one, Terraform apply. If you use Terraform apply, it automatically take it will be automatically created that. Let me show you. So again, it gave me plan. It gave me plan and it say, buddy, do you want to perform this action? Terraform will perform this action described above. If only yes will be accepted as approve. I just gave yes. So it is creating. It's still creating. If you go to the AWS now, Here, a new instance has been created. It is still in initialization state. And I just gave name hello world. If I go here in my main.tf file, the tag I mentioned as name equal to hello world. And t2.micro AMI is this thing. Let's say this is a hello world with instance ID. It has been created just a few seconds back. It is created, like 724. It has been created. Okay, so now this is the instance I created. If it is in running state, and even here also you can see this instance ID and the public IP and host name, all those things. And here also you can see this AMI ID. It is see here Ubuntu and AMI ID to last 26B43. 26B43. So it created an instance for me with these details. And it's also provided me as this particular details as like public IPv4, all these things. Shiva, you told like you not provided much access to your ESD instances. And now how you get your IPv4 address. For IPv4 address also, you have to go and do that, go to the login to the ESD instances and all these things you have to do. It's not something. I'm not required to log in into this particular ESD instance to get an output for me. If I see here, like if I go to this thing, it say, see, apply completed, resource 1 added, 0 changed, and 0 destroyed. So it will be like it says yes, and it is a ID instance also. It gave me the ID instance ID also it gave to me. But how can I get the public IP of this address? And meanwhile, any changes that happen on my Terraform file, Terraform folder? What it show me? There is a new file has been created that called terraform.tf state. Terraform.tf state. So that is a state file. That is nothing but a state file. It means to say, now I created an instance here, right? That instance is like it is maintaining that instance. Okay, it maintained the instance state of that particular say. Yes, you created instance. Now, if you're required to change that instance, you're not required to go and do. You go here on the main.tf file, you can change that. It will not. As per your Terraform, now you created one resource with a Terraform. That is nothing but this thing. So what it will do, it maintain everything in the state file here. Okay, see here, version 4, Terraform version 1.4.6 here, like a output, it is like a scheme, all those things. See here, this is the AMI and ARN, associated public address true. So here it gave me all this related to what is the infrastructure is provision, gave me all the details. Gave me all the details. If I say IPv4 here, you can see this IPv4. You see here, public IP. This is a public IP. So everything it maintain a kind of a state for that particular infrastructure. I mean to say what it created and what it is maintained now. So that information will be there here. Okay. Now I have the state file. So like suppose here I want to change, like I want to change the name. I'm just going on the same here. I'm just removing this thing. Here I'm going on change. Here I don't want hello world. I want to say hello star as well. These are changes I given. If I go here, now I updated that again, I clear this thing. Again, I do Terraform apply.
So you will need to create a new instance. This name change.
I don't know. I just changed the name here.
Star Agile is the wrong word.
Instead of hello world, I change it to star as well. Hello star as well. Say AWS instance web, refreshing the state. So it says here it's the resource and tag has been changed from hello star as well. From hello world, it is changing to hello star as well. And see here, 0 to add. You're not required. You're not going to add one more. You're going to do one change and 0 to destroy. It's saying like, buddy, yeah, there is an instance already named with the instance.web. There is already one instance is already there. And now you're not required to create new. It is only some changes is occurred over there. And that changes here I could see you. That is a tag name has been changed from this particular to this particular, and 30 unchanged attributes here, and nothing has been changed. There's only one change you have applied here. Do you want me to apply? I say yes. So resource completed, 0 add, 1 change, and 0 destroyed. If I go here, what is the name I have now?
Stargel.
So this is the way you can create your, like I can utilize your test. See here again, there is one more file came at 7:30 as a tfstate.backup. So it always created a backup for your previous state. I mean to say in this previous state, I have hello world. In this state, I have hello star as well. If I do one more change now, again there, this will have like a star as well. This will have that particular change. Like it will have like n-1 every time. Like suppose now you've done one changes. So it will have a backup for the state file and also current changes of your configuration. It will also maintain the state file. Suppose now I'm just deleting these files. I'm just deleting these 2 files. Just consider I deleted the 2 state files. And I'm running the same command here. See here what it told, 1 to add. Why it has become 1 to add? Like even I still have instances been there. You see instance is still running and it still says like you want to create one more instances. Why? Because in the previous state, I have a state say like instant.web is there. But when I removed that state file, now we don't have that instance has been there or not. Now, when again I created one more, it created one more instance for me. Because of the state file not present, it says like you don't know whether that resource is available or not. Now it again created one more, trying to create one more instance. Still creating. This is the name we gave. And now that got changed here because of the state file. See now I have 2 instances. One is in initializing state, one is already pass checkout pass. This is a new instance has been created now just a few seconds back. See here 7:32, this is 7:24. This is a major use case of your state file. So now here you have a state file, but even now, if I do a destroy here, a simple instead of Terraform apply, if I do
So it's like every time if we create a multiple instance, then we have to delete that state file. Or
if you created a state file, if you delete the state file, entire configuration will lost. Now, if you want to have one more thing, you have to create one more resource here as AWS Web 1, Web 2, some kind of thing. If you want to have a tour, then what it will do, it is have already AWS instance as a web, and it created one more instance as the AWS Web 1. Let me show you that. Yes. See here, 0 to add, 0 to change, 1 to destroy. deleting AWS.web. But for me, as per the thing, both have created as with the AWS web, but previous state file has been deleted. And now it was only like, it will be only one particular instance will be deleted. See here, one thing has been gone, but this thing is there. This is orphan item. Now we don't have any AWS, you don't have anything related to this Terraform, because that's what are the connection, what are the state file you have for this Terraform has been already deleted. Now you don't have these things. You have to terminate manually this thing. Now, if I require to create two instances, if I require to create two instances, two different things, again, you have to copy this resource. Let me show you this. Okay, like again, I'm doing apply. It always check like, what you have inside of your file. You already have aws.web. So next time it won't create it. It is already created. Why it has been created? Second time it won't create it. Now second time you want to have one more instance with a different thing. You're going to create that as a web 2. So is it completed? Then I'll show you like now. See here, new instance been came and it is in initializing state. Say one completed. Now I want to create two more resources. What I do here, I copy this again. I copy this again. I copy here and I created one more resource as instance web1 and I created a count equal to count equal to 2. I just save this thing. I can do Terraform apply. Even I haven't changed the name as well. See what it says 2 to add, but it not to say 0 to destroy. Now here again, I gave to count as 2 instances. It is saying 2 to go to add. So now again, 2 instances will be created with the same name. But why it is not created previous one? In perspective of previous one, the state of file, it says instance.web is already present. You're not required to change anything. But again, while you try to create web 2, and if you change something over there, it say changes to be added and 2 more to be added. That's how it will happen. So that's how it says, yes, this is instance is already, the state for this instance is already there. And you're going to create a new state. You're going to update the new state. Like, that's how we can maintain your infrastructure. You can edit the infrastructure, you can update the infrastructure, or you can do this thing. See here, it is creating one more. See now here, I have 3 instances came. With a fraction of minutes, it created 3 instances for me. As see here, 937, 936, 937. These are the 2 instances came newly. And 930, 736, 1936 is our previous instance. A similar manner, if I require to change something, if I require change here, it is a count here. From the star as well, I'm changing it to the star hello world. I'm doing only one change here in the instance 1 as a web. I'm not changing anything. And here only I'm changing one thing. I just saved this thing. Again, I'm running. So see here, web. If I go a little bit up here, it says like refreshing the state. See here, refresh the state web1, refreshing state web0, web-0, web1-0, web and web-1, So it says refreshing the state, and it says like it found that there is a changes to be 2 changes. If I do yes here, see here, this book has a hard word. Now, if I use a destroy, what will happen? If I do the destroy, what will happen?
All the 3 will get destroyed.
All the 3 will get, yes.
Now, I don't want to delete 3 instances. I don't want to delete all 3. I want to have the first initial hello star as well. I want to keep that one, but I have to remove this 2.
So will it ask anything like
now destroy also, it will ask you like whether you want me to proceed or not. So now let me see. It says see here 3 to destroy, but I don't want the 3 to destroy. I just gave no. What in that case I have to do? I simply remove this code. I just remove this code. Just save this thing. Now again, I do apply.
So even in AWS also we have to delete it, right? Terminate that, right?
No, it's not terminating, right? I already show you like it is. Now let me show you. Okay, so if you see here, previous things is also in the terminated state. One thing I terminated manually, one thing it has been terminated with the Terraform.
Shiva, instead of removing, can we comment out the entry? Will it consider?
Yeah, anything. See, for the perspective of it is just kind of, even if you commented also, the code was not there. That's it. See here, it is 0 to 2 to destroy. Able to see it, right? Previously, when I do a destroy, 3 to destroy. But if I remove the particular piece of code, it is only 2 to destroy. If you see here, that what 2 to destroy. See, AWS instance web1 will be deleted, will be destroyed. Will be destroyed. Web1 0. Now, if I do apply, if I do yes, it will be deleted. I'll tell you one scenario. Okay. Someone there is one employee was there, like he ran like I have one employee who running on the Terraform. He don't have a latest code, but he created some instances and some resources he created with his Terraform. Okay, but when I went over there, I don't have the Terraform state file. But I don't have a Terraform state file, but I take this one and I created everything. Again, I ran like with some resources. Do you know what it will do? It will delete entire things previously. What are the instances? What are the activities he created? It will delete the entire thing. You got me?
So repeat again, sir. Like what is it?
See, like okay, suppose just consider like Maheshwari here. Maheshwar done some changes, but he not shared that state file with me. Okay, or he not shared the latest code and he didn't share me that latest state file with me. Now what happened? Again, I try to create one more file and try to apply. I have my own. I just take this Terraform, I apply there. So what it will happen? It will delete all the resources. What are the resources has been created by the Maheshwar? Because in the perspective, when you try to apply, you don't have that particular source code of whatever the Maheshwar has applied, right? So now, like a similar way, we deleted that web one. Okay, we deleted the web. I didn't present the code, even irrespective of thing. I did not present the web one code. It automatically it says, so you don't have that code. So I'm destroying that resources. So it is very, very mandatory thing. You guys, if you're like a team working on the 4 people working on the same thing on the Terraform, you have to have a common file, common main.tf file, and common state file. If you not have a common state file and if you not have a common source code thing, then it will again, what are the resources created by other people, it will be deleted by your apply. A similar thing what I've done. You able to understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shiva, now let's say we have multiple resources. You may have instances, you may have S3 buckets. So does it just create one state file for that one?
Yes, it will
configuration?
see how many instances you have, it will have only one state file. Let me see multiple, but here I have only one state file. That's it.
Okay, so for one main.tf, one
once when you run one time, when you run one time of that particular Terraform files, it will have only one state file only. So whatever you have, even if you change that as the main.tf file, if you change that t1.terraform file or p1.terraform file, it will take it up, but it will have a instance. What are the source code you write it up inside of that particular Terraform file, and what are the state file you have, both required to be present. I gave 2 use cases. I deleted the state file once. That means to say it instances, even it created a new instances. Okay, it orphaned that item. Like I couldn't able to manage that item. And the second item, I had removed the source code inside of the Terraform file. Then it destroyed that source code. So this is very, very cautious you have to do. So simple thing. In now, I took like a new Terraform file. They say, Shiva, you have to work on this thing. I go over there, but that employee already left the organization. He have created some resources. Now I don't have a state file, and now I don't have a source code. Both I don't have. Luckily, I was able to rectify this TF state file, but I don't have the source code. So if I not have a state file, that items will be orphanized. Now, like no one knows like what items has been created, all kind of things. If I have a state file and if I have this thing, if I do reapply, it will delete all the resources, whatever you have, it not required, it won't wait for you. It will say, okay, state has refreshed. So now we're creating these items. And what are the previous items? Like you remove the code of the previous item, mean to say you are good to destroy that. So this is how it will maintain the infrastructure. You have to maintain very keenly, say, this is my requirement, and this requirement, I don't want a requirement, these things. No, you're not like that one. Even you created one, you have to keep that code, you have to keep the state file and have to keep that code. Or else it will try to create that since it take that as a new code. Does it make sense?
Yes. So sir, if you're working in a group of 5 or 6 employees, then what is the best practice to maintain the centralized code?
No, we will maintain like what we do over there, right? Like if Terraform also, like, if you go to the Terraform, like you have Terraform workspaces, like a Terraform workspaces kind of concept. Okay. So suppose I don't know, like you working for the different team, I'm working for the different team, but you and me both are working on the same thing. Okay, in that case, they have a concept called Terraform workspaces. It will create 2 workspaces, 2 different workspaces. So in that case, 2 different state files will be there for your 2 workspaces. That is one of the sub command you have. No, but you're all, see here, this is the workspace. You can use Terraform workspace. So delete list, new, select new, like you have to create a separate workspace and you have to maintain. Or else you 4 people are working for the same project. You're going to maintain the same resources. There is no other way. Everything like, what we, how we am achieving it, right? I'm pushing the code into the repository, Git repositories. Whenever my activity done, I'll push this code to the Git repository and the state file, everything will be there in like my Terraform workspaces. So like, I'll take it up inside of my Terraform file. So this is workspace I have, and this is the latest code. So someone, next one, whoever doing that one, they have to again pull that latest code and they have to do that one. Because we always ask it to take it up for the main branch. So for the main branch, now I done some changes. Okay, now I done some changes. So someone will be already working on something. Again, I can't do like directly go and do the main branch, right? I again have to raise a pull request. So my team came to know, okay, Shiva done some changes and raising the pull request. Okay, what is latest changes? What infrastructure has changed? What infrastructure has been added? And now they'll, okay, now again, every time you have to pull the latest code. When they're going on the Terraform apply, they'll get the latest code of the main branch git pull, and then they'll have a latest code and they'll work on that latest code only. They don't directly do all these kind of things. That's a proper way you have to follow. If you not understand the git, that's it. Your day, like, within few days, say, buddy, thank you for your contribution. You can leave for the project.
Okay. So can you show some example for Terraform workspace, like how it looks? That's different.
No, it's just, like a partition kind of thing. You can just create a new as well. Here you can mention the workspace name. That's it. In the same code here, you can mention a kind of workspace. And you can create a workspace as a test. You can create this workspace. So what it will do, it will go only for that specific workspace. And I can take like if I have a dev, I can take one more workspace as a dev. So here I can keep maintain 2 state files for that one, 2 different infrastructures for that one. Okay. So after main.tf file, so as I told, right, like I want to see like IP address. For the IP address, I don't want to go to the AWS and I don't want to log into the AWS, all those things. You can get as an output.tf file here. Okay, you can create an output.tf file here. Output.tf file, and this output.tf file will have what kind of output you want to have. What kind of output you want to have. Let me write those things. Current leda, light up is no. Yep, sorry guys. So in the output file, right, you're going to write like what output you want to have. So in that case, it's a very kind of, very simple. It's a like output. And here you have to write AWS_instance, what you have that instance, right? CNC.web and what you're trying to achieve here, and what you're trying to achieve, the value, what value you want to have. Let me get the code. Let me. Yep, sorry, I'll take this code directly. So this is a code. What it's saying, output IPv4 address and value equal to AWS dot in AWS underscore instance dot web, which is the web is kind of name I gave, and the public IP. How am I getting this public IP? Here I have, when I go here I have, when I use Terraform apply, yeah, the infrastructure has no things. Okay, it says like not able to find. Okay, I'll go to the state file here. If I go to the state file here, I can see that, see, these are the IP address, like here, these are all the fields, variables. So if I see here, like what I'm trying to get, public IP, this is a variable name, public underscore IP is a variable name. So this is the IP address for that one. Like right, I'm trying to get that. Okay, here I'm trying to get as output.tf file as the same thing. So AWS web public IP, this is what I'm trying to say. I just copied here and I'm creating like output.tf file. It would be the same name. Okay, now if I do the same thing, and what I do, I'll change here in the main.tf file as a name. This only for web, I'm changing it as to hello world. The simple change here. I created now. Again, I'm doing the Terraform apply. Okay, workspace is one thing I don't have. Did not save here. Similarly, you have, let it take, it running like, see here, it says changes to be outputted. This is the value. And here previously you have only plan to 0, add to change, but you don't have this thing. See here you have output, changes to be output as this particular output value. Okay, if you perform again now, it will change that, but it won't, it's something like this thing. So similar manner where whatever you want to have, like suppose sometimes you want to see here and sometimes you want to see the IP addresses, whatever the details you want to see, that you're going to write it as a, here directly you can write it as an output file. That output can be directly displayed here, or output can be presented also in your state file as well, anything. But I can take directly here. It would be easy for me to take this public IP and I can run this public IP to my, like I can take this instance and I can run this thing. I can run these activities as well. So this is how I can say. I say no, and it will be canceled, but like Terraform have some changes to be applied. So this is how I can say the output. Similarly, we have input.terraform file. Okay, similarly, how we have output.terraform file, we have input.terraform file. In the input.terraform file, so suppose here in this main.tf file, I'm passing that here, I'm directly passing this as a value. I don't want to pass this as a
Siva,
value.
Siva, output.tf file is basically the log file, right?
Not log file. It's like what are the output you want to show here. You're writing these things.
Okay.
Suppose you want to see the public IP, you can write here as a AWS instance web.web public IP. You want to
Yes.
see the private IP here, you can directly give .web.private IP. You can get like output, what are the variables you have, you can get it from your state file, like, or you can get it from when you're doing apply also, you can get that, what are the files you have, what are the variables you have. So that's what I told, right? Like you require to have a clarity what output or input you have to pass these things.
Okay.
So similarly here, right, in the main.tf file, you're providing like, these things. Instead of this thing, you can directly give var that as AMI, something, anything where AMI, or you can say image, you can pass any of the field like a variable, and you have to create a new variable.tf file. You have to create new variable.tf file here. With this new variable.tf file only, you're getting that one. That you call var.tf file or variable.tf file. So it says variable image underscore ID. I just gave image over there, like this. I'm just giving image type string and default equal to AMI value. This is the value I'm passwording here. And here, if I save here, so state can be removed here. Here in this main, I'm say var and var.image. That's it, fine. Now I have to save this as variable.tf file. Okay, let me do an apply here. Okay, let me do apply here.
AMI ID is different, I think, no?
Fine, no problem. That time I'd maybe take it up in a Linux instance or something.
Okay.
See here, but still it is taking that these things. So here it is taking ID, but here it is taking this entire thing and it will be replaced. If I do yes here, it automatically take the changes of that instance ID, and whatever you have, everything will be changes. See, changed one, and IPv4 address is this thing it shows, and this is how this is how we can have your variable dot. You can forward that as also variable.tfl. I'm saved, output.tfl. I'm saved, and now here I'm changing this thing. Now this time I created the var. Let me do apply one more time. Previous I didn't save, like, because I have other changes, right? This time it had to show the changes as the AMI ID. But in the normal way, you cannot change your AMI ID when if instance is running. Here, these are all has been changing. Here, AMI for the replacement. You can able to see it, right?
Yes.
So this is how we can changing all those things. Now, see, it is pick the new, what are the new I have previously, this is one I have. Now it is a new AMI ID, but that's okay. It is able to pick that AMI ID because I gave var that image here. But there I have given. So similar manner, like most of the things, like if you see here, any of the thing, like, this is a official thing. So if whatever you see, you'll have three files: output.tf file, variables.tf file, output.tf file, variable.tf file. You will have a similar like this thing. You have to pass it like this way. If you see here, this output.tf file, you have like these many. So in just endpoint stream key, public IP URL, these are the output variables they're going to have, and variable they are sharing that as a use default region.
Shiva, I have some confusions. Why use output.tf files? Basically, what is the actually used for this?
That's what like, see how you get the public IP of your instance.
The public IP, basically it is used for the publicly access from anywhere to the
anything.
public.
You want to have some details, you want to get some details for that one. So what you do, again, you log into the AWS and you'll get that one, right?
Yes, of course.
Now I don't want to log in, even I'm not required to log in over there.
Okay.
See, I have like now, even if I take like if I want to do that one, I can take it like this thing. I don't require to log in there. I can take that instance. I can connect it to my mobile XTRM. I can utilize this thing. I'm not required to have like I'm not required to go there, and I required to get the IP address from there, and I can utilize into my mobile XTRM, right?
Yes.
So how much you here, right? How much you are avoiding like logging to the EC2 instances, because you won't have a full permission or privileged permissions for this thing.
Okay.
Siva sir, now like if you want to pass multiple variables, so I have to create different sections like a secret key and username. I want to pass as a variable.
You can pass that. You can pass that. Anything you can pass as like variables as well.
So
you can take that as. Sorry?
What are the structure in the TIFF? Because there you have given image as a primary.
Here you can take like go to this output file, or if you want to go to the input variable file. You have to write here a kind of like, you
can pass that variable and just run it for the.
Yes, you can write, say, like a access key. Access key can write like this thing, and you have to write. You can write type equal to string, and here default equal to, you have to write that access key here. Like this is my access key. Okay. Here I come to the main.tf file, and I gave here as what is the name of this thing? Access key. Or I just give a key. Even I give a key. I can say here in main.tf file, I come here in this thing. I can remove this entire thing, and I can say var.a key. This is how I can give, this is how I can say variable name and var.this variable name. Then it automatically, while referring it, it automatically take that as a var.a key, automatically that comes as a runtime variable.
Okay.
But instead of writing two separate, file in like output and the variable, this one, for the access key, input one. I think so. This is better, easy to provide the.
No, but hard coding is not something like, really like we won't like it actually. So that's the reason they have variable, and if it's based on upon your request, like how much of whatever the way you want to have it, it's your convenient. They also have a possible way. It's not they saying like you're required to do mandatory, but they're providing you like you can do like this as well. If you want, based on how you want to have, you can create that. This is a very kind of generic structure they gave. So suppose you want to now, in output, it is an option for you. If you want to have IP address or something you want to know, you can create that output.tf file. It's not something very mandatory to do that one. But the var file also, instead of changing in from the Terraform file, you change from there, it can be like, it would be easy instead of changing in our main.tf file. That's the reason they maintain like a variable file. Some kind of things you're continuously changing or something. Instead of changing into the main.tf file, you can change into the variable.tf file.
Okay. And also, Siva, we can like these files are in our local folders, right? So
yes,
as you said about the repository in the GitHub, so basically we use the same commands like in the Git to push this into the repository, right?
Yeah, same thing. Like irrespective of what are the file, that is a Git some code. That's it.
Okay.
Irrespective of whatever it is, it's some code, whether it is a Java code or it may be .NET code, whatever it is. But for me here, it is a Terraform code. That's it.
But I don't understand here, like as a DevOps, like what kind of request we will get when it comes to Terraform, just to write.
You simply, madam, you require to create EKS cluster, madam. EKS is nothing but Elastic Kubernetes Services, which is a Kubernetes services maintained by like AWS.
Okay.
Yesterday
like
we created a Kubernetes cluster. You hope you remember, you joined yesterday's class, right?
Yes.
We created Kubernetes cluster, right?
Yes.
That's one of the local cluster we created. I mean to say in AWS itself, but we created our own cluster. Okay. Similarly, you have EKS services. EKS is also there, and you require to over there. Or else you want to create an S3 bucket for your like etcd. You have etcd backup. You want to create an S3 bucket. You won't have access to your AWS services to create an S3 bucket. What you do now?
No idea here.
Or else you have EKS cluster, you not created, you ask someone to create, they created with the Terraform. Now we got one more request to create one more EKS cluster. But how you do? See, creating the cluster is not one thing. Like again, inside of the cluster also you have to maintain few more things. You have to get it as some practice things. Like you have like company wise, you have some practice things, or you have some mandatory things you have to pass, or like some tags you have to pass. There are a lot of things. It's not something straightforward, like, created like this. We usually, for instances, you have a lot of tags you have to apply, like something, whose project is this thing, like where is the cost center you're applying this thing, like a lot of instances, lot of tags you usually provided, a lot of tags you're required to provide it for these things. So there you are adding here, coming on the tag, you're adding, say, suppose cost center, I'm adding cost center equal to, what is my project cost center? Because I'm creating EC2 instance, it's a chargeable. So who's going to pay the charge for that one? So you have to provide more details for your these things. So you can't do that manually, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing Terraform. So suppose if you have a one proper configuration kind of one particular file, you can create. See, as of my requirement, I used to create even SageMaker. Like I just started creating a SageMaker. One of the project reached out to me. They saying like they're creating like ML. So they're creating ML ops. Okay, so they gave me 50% allocation for the project, and they say, Shiva, we are creating ML ops project. So we want to have like some EKS clusters, and we want to have some SageMakers, and we want to have like some AWS Code Guru kind of thing, some resources. All those things required to do it from the Terraform. So now I'm working with them, and I created EKS cluster from the Terraform. I took all those things as my company practice standards. I took all those things, and there is a one separate team who maintain the Terraform. So I went over them. I took the latest. I took like latest code, and I created new it's new AWS account, and we take it up everything as a new workspace and everything. So there I started creating EKS cluster. Now there I created some SageMaker kind of activities. Now they're asking me to create some S3 bucket. So I go and I'll apply the same resources. All the files will be there only. Like all the files will be there. Like I have to maintain everything is like this only. Okay, now I require to create S3 bucket. I'll create an S3 bucket here itself. I'll write a code for S3 bucket and I can run this thing. If they want to ask Shiva, we want to have like a Lambda. I'll create here as the same. I'll take it up that as a resource and I'll do that one.
And what about the provider? Like here you took as an AWS as an example.
Yeah, I'm working for the AWS and I take the AWS provider. Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Means it can only work from some cloud provider like AWS, Azure, or
so if I'm taking like, even we have Azure and we have GCP as well in my company.
Yeah.
So if I'm taking the Azure, I'll take different files. I don't take these files, right? And access key, secret key, region. This is not the way EMI. This is not the right way of forwarding to the Azure. Azure have a different their providers. If you see here, let me show you for the if you go here for the Terraform Azure.
Yeah, that's what. If provider, if you're going through Azure provider, then you should have the Azure access also, right? To give all those.
You have to have that. If you're using different provider, you have to have a different things, right? It will have one provider will have the same everything.
But then there is, I feel there is like, like creating EC2 instance. Again, we are providing the details from AWS itself, putting it in Terraform.
You have to create
I
two
was-
separate files for the Azure and one separate one separate file for the Azure, one separate file for the EC2 instances.
Yeah. Okay.
You're thinking like, okay, this Terraform can do all the miracles. Like if you do a EC2 instance, it will create wherever it want. It's not like that one. So Terraform, it purely works on your like AWS, what provider. That's the reason I told first thing installing the provider. So we have to install the provider. After that installation provider only you have to going on this thing. So here in the provider, it is they're saying Azure RM into say Azure Resource Manager. So that resource manager have many things like you have to provide again access key, secret key for the region, and like maybe you have to provide. You don't have AMI, you don't have instances out there. You have like separate thing. You can see here. You have virtual machines here. You have to create a virtual machine. You have to create ARM. That's what I told very initial step. You have to have a clarity on the cloud. If you say like if you not have a clarity and you're trying to do something, it's waste of time. You you require to learn like what service you're doing and what is input you have to pass and what output you have to pass, or like what does service do. All those things you have to understand about the service of that particular AWS or Azure, any of the cloud service. Now, as I'm telling, I'm doing the SageMaker. Now I don't know anything on the single. I don't have a zero knowledge on the SageMaker. I'm trying to analyze the what I have to do the SageMaker and what I have to do, what instance I have to do, what kind of permissions I have to provide. I have to learn that one and I have to create that one. So they gave me 3 months time for entire SageMaker setup for in the Terraform because it's a 50% allocation. I don't have 100% allocation for the team. And now I'm doing this. Say, if I go here, SageMaker. Now I'm learning like what Amazon SageMaker do and how it will happen. Then I have to do like a little bit practice on these things, how it will happen, what input it has to. All those things I practice. And see here, these are all things. It has Studio Lab, Canvas, like a SageMaker dashboard, images, lifecycle configuration, jump to start, governance, notebook, processing, training, references, Atomos DA. These are all I have. Like suppose I just create, if I go to the notebook here also, I have notebook instances. This is a kind of EC2 instances, but it will be have like notebook things, which is specifically required for your like EMI, your these things like your MLOps perspective. So these are all I have to do. Now, if I require to create a notebook instance, if I click here, create a notebook instances, and here I have to pass this all input data. Notebook instance name, notebook instance type, platform identifier, again, what I'm doing here. And what any of the permissions and encryption I have to do, I have to see created role and I have to provide this role. So these are all I have to see it like this way, and I have to see these are the optional things. If I require to pass, what I have to pass here. So I have to go on end-to-end of that service, and after that only I'll go and I'll start the Terraform coding on what I have to do over there.
So basically, you're saying if you don't have much knowledge, much detail about this or AWS, like the
Not
inside
AWS, any of the provider.
Yeah, any of the provider. Let's say AWS as of now. So that makes an easy job by the Terraform to just use their functionality in terms of creating an infrastructure using a provider. That is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, you require to have knowledge on the AWS. If you not have any that's what, if you don't know what service is doing, then you can't do. See, suppose you want to build a house, madam. Say in house, like you want to have like master bedroom and one hall, bedroom, kitchen, and one bathroom kind of thing. Okay, so if you don't know whether you have a you don't know like whether you require a bathroom or you require a kitchen, you put bathroom and kitchen in one place. You created kitchen inside of your bathroom. Does it make sense?
No. Yeah, I understand now why Terraform is used. I was basically confused why we have separately AWS. Now we are again using Terraform.
You're not required to log in. That's what I'm saying. You're not required to log in.
Yeah, but it was just not making sense at the start, so I had this silly question. Anyways, it's clear. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Siva, I have one question.
Okay.
Just like we can create a variable.tf file, right?
Yes.
We can create multiple variable.tf file, right?
Why you want to create multiple variable file?
Because just like a variable.tf file is contain the secret key, and then I want to create variable2.tf file. We are containing some images, description, or many more things.
No, see, you can maintain everything in one variable file. Like in one variable file itself, you can have 1,000 variables. What
Okay.
you make you to create a separate variable file if you have.
I'm
you're going
just
to do some
asking it
separate.
is possible. I'm just asking it is possible or not.
It's not some kind of a standard practice. You will
Okay.
have only one variable.tf file to maintain. It's not something very standard practice to keep it up
Okay.
multiple. See, if you created multiple things, it will get confused.
Yes, yes, of course.
Shiva, I need one more clarity. Like, say, for example, we are creating infrastructure, a data lake infrastructure, and
Okay.
it requires multiple components like S3, Glue Job, MSK clusters, then your CloudWatch, Grafana for observability. Now, so the Terraform will create this component, or it will also establish the connection between them.
No, that's like, you have to, if you're creating IAM role and if you're creating KMS, if you require like encryption, they like you have to provide each and every details by day. It's a very raw material kind of thing. So now if you're taking, suppose you're creating a KMS, like suppose if you're good with the cloud, I can tell you, like if you're good with AWS, that you will understand kind of thing. How like you creating a configure, how you're creating a mapping between them?
Through IAM roles.
The same thing. That's what you have to create IAM role. In the IAM role also you have to provide KMS key. For the while you're creating the KMS key, you have to give the KMS key as a kind of a KMS ARN for all those things as a common KMS ARN. And the same case KMS ARN, you have to pass it to the IAM role. And that is how you have encryptions and decryptions for anything on that. And again, you're creating one more, one specific IAM for all those three.
Okay, so this entire activity can be done through a Terraform. I mean,
yeah, you have to do with the Terraform. That makes your job easy.
Okay, and what about submitting? But suppose we are creating a VPC and that require a networking connection like IP. That also can be done through Terraform, or that will be a network guy?
So sorry, you're creating like a VPC, and what are you asking?
When we create a VPC, it will have subnets.
Okay. Yeah, you have to pass the subnets.
Okay.
See, it's a very simple thing. You have to have, that's what I told you. You require to have a requirement and you have to understand the requirement. That's what I told. AWS have many things. AWS instance itself have many things. You can create a security group. You can create it like VPC. You can pass it a subnet. You can create it this in one particular subnet. You can have a plenty of things. But that's what the requirement, that's what I told, 1,000 functionalities included in same instance here. And what your requirement, you want to create a VPC and you have to create it for the one subnet. You can pass information here as like a VPC. You go here and say what VPC ID you want to have. A simple thing here, you can create VPC ID equal to what VPC ID you have, you can pass that.
Okay.
You have to write the code based on what requirement you have. That's what I said. So previously I didn't write a VPC, it created a new VPC ID for me. But if I require to pass a VPC ID here, if I pass that, it will automatically take it up that in the specific VPC ID only.
Yeah.
See, it's kind of, how much of code you want to have. What is your resource? If they say, hey, sure, just create an EC2 instance, man. Whether it can be created new instance, it can be created a new VPC, or it can be created new security group. I don't mind. I require an instance. Next thing, you get a requirement. Say, no, I want to create in this VPC ID. Any of the subnet is fine. I'm do that, and a new security group will be created. No, I don't want even like that. I want to have a security group, and I want to have a subnet. You, based on your requirement, you're passing some that variables here, that fields you have to pass here, and writing your code based on your requirement. That's it.
Okay, so like even the integration between the components can be achieved through Terraform.
Exactly, everything you have to do with the Terraform only. Suppose they ask, no, you can't create it like a new VPC ID. First, you have to create a VPC ID, and that VPC ID you have to utilize here. How can I do that? That is also an option you have. You're creating like one more resource here, and the down you have to pass like some data to that resource. You can do that. Everything, this is a code, buddy. See, coding, how efficiently you can write the code. That's where you achieve the output. If I want to have like a car, right, I have to have 4 wheels and I have to write a steering. If I say like I have a car, but I write it up 4 wheels, and if I write a handle, it's not something, right? I require a steering here. I not required a handle.
Can we also create database? No, Siva, any idea
RDS, you can
about-
create anything. You want to create RDS, you can create. You have a Terraform code for that.
Okay.
See, not 100% services can be created from the Terraform. Terraform have like all the list of those many services can be created, and they have a code for that one. You can get it that code. Suppose AWS Code Guru. Let me show you Amazon Code Guru. This is a recommendation for building and modern applications like for MLOps. This also I'm creating it for the MLOps. They want to have this reason unsupported. These are the reasons they have. But anyway, this is one of the thing like activity they came. Now I went on that, and I couldn't able to find anything. Let me show you. So I don't have a like a I don't have a code guru, like I don't have a code guru Terraform code. I have like piece of code, but I don't have 100% code with the Terraform. So now I can't create this thing because Amazon itself is not providing services for Terraform services for this thing, this service. For this resource, Terraform itself is not providing any resources, then I can't create this thing. Now I have to go and I have to get like in AWS, I have to utilize it from the console only.
Okay, yeah, understood.
Siva?
Yes.
That means Terraform is used basically the all type of works are performed in the manually in AWS, right? The same type of tasks are performed in the by the coding in the Terraform, right? Without logging in AWS, you can go to create a Terraform man.tf file or any other file name .tf files, and you can perform each and every task in the AWS or Azure or any other cloud technology, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So anything here?
No.
So then the last thing here, like, you know, we created a multiple resources, right? Like I created multiple resources here. Like I took the resource here, like, see here, like I have a multiple resource here. Like I'll take this resource as multiple. I have like multiple resources here, like one resource as like this thing, one resource like this thing. If I have a multiple resources here, no, Terraform is a different, Docker is a different. Docker is a container where Terraform is the infrastructure as a code. You're creating infrastructure here with a code where you Docker is creating in images and you're creating containers. So multiple, like, you know, multiple resources you're clubbing as, right? Instead of, you know, writing like this multiple resources, they created a concept called module. They created a concept called module. Here you go here, and for everything they have a modules. Let me show you. So suppose for the AWS, if you're going on, so here they're writing everything as a kind of modules. Modules, nothing but they have, like, you know, suppose for AWS instance as well, as I told you, want to create an VPC ID, you have to create a subnets, you have to create a security group, and you have to create a lot of things, like, you know, all those things. You have multiple resources you have to create. So you have to create multiple resources. So in that multiple resources creation, AWS has given option to you. You can club multiple resources as one module. Let me show you the documentation. Okay, I'll go to the documentation here.
Already open.
Now,
yes.
So here, right, if you take any of the thing, so even here itself, you can search for the service. Okay, suppose if I'm taking the service as same thing, instance. Instead of instance, I can take EC2. These many resources I can create under the EC2. See here, these many resources I can create. Okay, if I go in stuff resources, So here, right, you can write it up these things as a kind of modules. Now, even you don't know what are the modules here. Let me show you. Okay, 1 second. Where is this thing, man? Similarly, they're also providing instead of here they have modules. See, they also have a module. See here, AWS, this is one of the module. This is a VPC module. This VPC module, like what they have here, if you go this module. So this is a GitHub source they given. And this is the module. Instead of resource, you have to use a module underscore VPC. And source, you have to give what source you want to have, version you want to have. And here you can see this. What is this? This is the same. Yeah. This is a, okay, not this one. This is Azure. So this is a Terraform AWS VPC. If you see here, this is the main.tf file they gave. This is also AWS VPC Terraform module. And if you go to this main.tf file here, you have plenty of resources. See here, they have like a max subnets, local subnets they are getting, local variables. See here, like they're creating resource. Do you know how many resources here? Let me write. They have around 100 plus resources they're creating under this module. They're about to 722 resources they're creating under inside of this particular module. Like, you know, they're creating like different resources, like they're creating AWS CA block association. They're creating like, you can see the lot of resources here. So they're creating a resource subnet, public subnets they're creating. They're creating private subnets. They're creating this public subnets. They're here creating like a route table association. They're creating one more. They're creating AWS routes here, public gateway. They're creating public inbounds, ACL rules, network ACL rules. Like this thing, like, you know, the private here they have a private subnets. See here, AWS private subnets. Like this, they're creating a number of resources. Like, you know, to get these resources, you're using the module. Inside of the module also, you're not required to pass these many resources. You can pass what are the resources you want to have. You can take a module and you can utilize that. You can write that as a module. Instead of resource here, you can see this is a simple copy here. You come here, instead of this resource, you can write like this module here. This is also same. Here you have to write the source as where the source coming. You can take that as a VPC module and you're writing what many resources you want to have. You can take a resources and also you can forward like any of the field you want to say. Same thing, like you want to create EC2 instances. For that EC2 instances, you're writing here as the same AMI. But sorry. Same, but resources is the same thing. But, you know, clubbing the resources and creating modules, that's it. You're not going to do anything. Okay, the modules also provided by the AWS. You have like plenty of hundreds of modules, more than hundreds of modules they have. So like this, you're providing it will automatically created. This all, everything takes as the input here. What are the input you have to provide here? Like previously gave everything as a manual, right? Now here only you're going to give. So you have 100 plus 72 resources. In that 72 resources, what are the resources you have to use? And you have to pass that input data for that resources. For AWS instance, I required AMI. I required instance type. I required these things. Now I have to provide that resource details here. I require that resource variables here. That resource will be created. So like, you know, you require to club more number of resources to reduce the code actually. So you reducing the code like, you know, by using these modules. But inside of the modules, you have resources only. You can't go out of the resources. It's not something separate kind of thing. It is only like, you know, clubbing more resources as one kind of a folder. Okay, so based on the company to company, some companies use resources, some companies use modules based on like these things. That's a kind of activity you have to do that actually. Okay. But everything is the same, but everything in a low level, it is a resource only. Even though it is a module, like it is using the resources only, but that is like, you know, clubbing more number of resources. If you have to create an infrastructure, like you want to create like, you know, everything from scratch, take it up, and you want to have more exposure for the Terraform, those things you go doing it from the modules. Okay, any questions? So you can use these resources is very much useful. If you saw like, go to the AWS resources and, try to look for more number of files, you'll have understand that very much easy. Now let me do this try here. So anything on the Terraform? I'll jump to the new topic.
Ansible? Or...
Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, I lost you.
No. I acknowledged the answer.
Okay.
It's very generic question. Like we are learning a lot of tools as a DevOps. So, but when you go for interview or when there will be a dedicated team who will be working particularly for the Terraform, right? So as interview,
you can get anything, man. It's not separately thing you can see. In my company itself, as I told, we have 200 plus DevOps as one team. Okay, some specific people work on the Kubernetes only. Some specific people work on the pipelines creation. Some specific people work on the Terraform. But see, my role now, what I'm working. Now what I'm working, I'm creating EKS clusters. I'm working on EKS as well as I'm working on the Terraform, and I'm creating the pipelines and I'm working for other things. So how, like, like even we have some specific people working for only pipeline creation. They're kind of developers we have that we call DevOps engineers. We have infrastructure people. We have like platform engineers. All comes under the DevOps section only. So no one knows what kind of role you going on that. There are plenty of different roles. Even very initial itself, I told like how many capabilities you may encountered with these things. Either it can go as infrastructure. You can specifically work on the Terraform. You can be in a cloud DevOps engineer, or it can be any of the thing. Like it can be any of the thing. It's not make sure that it's not something like you're going to work on one particular tool, or you may be working on a number of tools. Based on the company, based on that only they'll give you a salary. If you're required to work on multiple tools, you can't go with a low salary, right?
Yes.
I connected with ML Ops team, and like he's a kind of similar experience like me, but it maybe have like 2 years, 1-2 years higher than me. But we both are in like in the same designation to say. We both are in the same designation. You know how much he is earning for machine learning? He knows cloud and machine learning both, and his package is 62. But he's struggling for cloud, so they asked me to like support for them, and I'm creating like EKS clusters. I'm creating Terraform. I'm creating like AWS resources for them, and they're going to work on the MLOps. I'm not going to work on anything on the MLOps, but only like I'm a kind of platform engineer for them. I'm creating a platform for them for that particular application. So, any other questions? Okay. So now we're going on the monitoring tool. So before going on the monitoring tool, we'll take a short break, but monitoring tool installation will take some time. So I'm taking like AWS instance for that one. So
Shiva,
I'll
we
put
are
a
going to
running.
learn Negios today.
Yes.
You told us that it will be Ansible. So anyway, we
Think
can.
whatever you want to answer, I
No,
can
no,
tell,
it's
I
okay.
can
So
teach
no issue,
Ansible.
no issue with
Uh,
Ansible. We can. I think Negus will be good. We can start Ansible first.
anything is fine, buddy. So today, if you go with Ansible, tomorrow I go with this thing. It is anything is fine for me. But Ansible won't come, won't like we like just consider again we're going break. We will be by 9 o'clock, and we
Yeah.
have maybe 1.5 hour only. It very tougher to cover Ansible.
No,
But
Ansible
anyway,
will
it's up
start
to you how you
slowly.
want to have.
No, we can continue on Negus. We'll Ansible tomorrow. I mean, next weekend we'll start Ansible.
It's like it's anything fine, no problem for me. Like because even it's better if you start learning some Ansible, and Ansible is like some bigger kind of thing, right? At least
Yes.
half of thing you can learn. At least something you can come up with a lot of questions. But instead of monitoring, that's very best thing. That's one of the best
Okay.
for us. And monitoring thing, like usually we won't have much scope for us for the DevOps engineers, but we will set it up like alerts. We set it up kind of these things, like kind of thing. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll be back by 9 o'clock, and we'll start Ansible.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
कट गई है डेटा कहाँ है भाई चला दिए डेटा को सुला दिए भाई हमारे बेटा को पापा की याद नहीं आती है ना कहने का मिला बात अभी नहीं जल्दी है मतलब बढ़िया सब बढ़िया हुआ सब बढ़िया आप सही बात है। हाँ?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Shiva, can we start Ansible in next session? I mean, what I mean is it's an important and one of the important, and it's a big one, right? The topic.
That's up to you guys. Like you come with one kind of approach, like what you want, because I have to cover both. It's not that I'm going on this thing, right? So you come with one particular thing, like you want to cover Ansible, or I can cover Ansible. If you want to cover like this thing, I can cover. Up to you guys. Come on the one particular scale, then I can good with that.
No, what I mean is Ansible. I mean, for the rest 1 hour, is it going to complete, or it will take another session also, right?
It will take another session definitely.
Yeah,
But monitoring tool will be completed now.
Yeah, that's what. As
So,
you said,
sir, it's better to so it's better to complete Ansible in next session, according
next
to
session,
me.
yes, and we can
Because the flow
complete.
will go on with that.
That's up to you. How you want to have, we can do that.
So monitoring tool is going to complete within today only. So let's
Yeah, let's start.
as I believe. So let's stick with that monitoring tools, because Ansible is anyhow going to take 2 sessions. So
Sure.
Thank you, Shiva.
I told right, like it's up to you how you want to add me. I can take it up that way. You guys need to be in same picture. See, today that is the same thing. Like we talk in our early morning time. PS people was not there, and we didn't take their this thing. Now after that, I saw someone says objection. If even one person is objected, that I'll take it up in the regular terminal, because I don't want to take it up the things. Okay, because if regular times, no one question me. If I'm taking an this thing earlier, like again, I'll have to respond to the Star Result team saying that session is going on a little bit early and we're required to why I'm taking up the early session, I have to inform. And if someone says like, no, we objected that, but still Star is taking the session, that is a problem for me. I hope you understand me. Okay, good. So we're going on monitoring tool called Nagios. Let me share my screen. Nagios is very, very bold tool. Okay. So variables. So this is called monitoring tool. Like why we require to do monitoring? What you do monitoring? Why you require monitoring? What DevOps engineers do monitoring here? Okay. So what exactly you going to monitor here for your DevOps activity? So first thing, like what you do monitoring, what monitoring tool do, and then like why we require that tool, what DevOps is going to do with that. Okay. So monitoring nothing but, you are like keeping an eye on that and you are monitoring what happening on there. Like in our perspective, say like how much CPU it has to be in like in a very general conversation. Say suppose like I have a server. Okay, I have a server, like even simple, I have EC2 instances. That EC2 instances, I created like 3-4 Docker files over there. And if I created 2-3 Docker files, like if I created 4-5 Docker files or like 6-7 Docker files on that, after certain certain time, like my CPU or like RAM memory and the CPU will be like what are the occupation it has, what are the instances I provided, it will be goes to 90% or 100% it will be utilized. how can I make sure that, that CPU or like memory or like whatever storage has been reaching out to 100%, or like suppose if there is an instance, it is not responding for me. It is not responding some issue. So due to some issue, due to some failure cases, it was not responding. So how can I to know, like if it is one instance, I can go and do this thing. A similar manner, I have like 100+ instances. I have like 100 instances like this thing, and I want to monitor that 100. I can't do a monitoring of that 100 instances. So there is a need of a tool to monitor that one. So in that particular tool, you're going to know like, okay, how many, like how much CPU you have for one instances, and how which instance has been in a not responding state, or these things. So even if I require to say, like maybe I can say now instance is running, maybe after 30 minutes, my instance can be fall in error state, or can be like, reaching 100%. Maybe it can happen within the minutes of time. Okay, how can I came to know, like I can't go to the monitoring tool and I can't keep what happening. I can't do like, keep that. So maybe I have to get an alert, say like, yes, buddy, you're reaching 100%, or like you're one of the instance 10 is reaching 100%. So that it has to be sent to me, alerts, notifications, something it need to be generated. Okay, that is also fine. I have a web application. I want to know how much traffic is coming for that one, how much like it is going on. I want to see that kind of details. How much of it has been happening, how much response has been happening. Like I want to see the blackout situation of that website. I want to monitor website as well. That is also possible. And I want to see like, I want to like, monitor something like, different thing, like a storage thing. I want to monitor storage things, or like how many requests has been going on, how much storage they're been occupying, so all these kind of, like whatnot, you can monitor entire things for your any of the server related, application related, website hosted related. You can do all those things with a monitoring tool. So I require now, my like requirement is going on bigger. So previously I wanted to monitor the server. Now I want to monitor my application. Now I want to monitor website. So I want to like, do these kind of different types of things to be monitored here. So if I am required to do monitor different types of things, I've required a tool which support for all these things. I required a tool which support all these things. That is one of the tool you have here is Nagios. Okay, that is one of the tool you have here is Nagios. Nagios is very, very old tool. It maybe in 2003 or 4, like it was established this thing. And this tool was there from around 2003 and 4 kind of thing. But that time it is only like, doing like Linux server monitoring kind of thing. Now it is went on the like, like a lot of specifications it went on, lot of modifications it went on. From that day onwards, if you are in a Linux background, if it comes with a Linux administrator background, you are pretty good with these things. Nagios, you're pretty good with the Nagios. Okay, so you definitely have like 100% your knowledge on Nagios, because that's a common tool. Like, if you're working as a Linux admin, Linux server admin kind of thing, they use any of these particular monitoring tools actually. Okay, so any other tools we have for this thing? Yes, so Prometheus, Splunk. Like this, you have like different types of tools for do the same monitoring kind of thing, but they are not this much popular because they not do that many widgets to say that many. Like if you want to do Windows Server, you can do with Nagios, but Prometheus and all, it's very tough. And even cluster monitoring and all, it not happen with Nagios, but still, like, each and every monitoring tool have their own kind of things. They have their own identity, but Nagios is vast and very bigger, and it can have a lot of results. Like to say, like if I require to connect EC2 monitor, EC2 instance monitor, if I require to do Windows system monitor, if I require to do like a Linux system, if I require to do in like storage, if I require to do in a website, I can do all those kind of things can be happen with your Nagios tool. Okay, with your Nagios tool. Let me take Nagios. If we decided that before session, by this time Nagios will be installed. Now it take 40 minutes to install Nagios. So see here, this is their Nagios website. They say Windows monitoring, Linux monitoring, server monitoring, application monitoring, SNAP monitoring, log monitoring. This is all you can do here.
but it does not all happen with a single instances. Here, they have Nagios XI, providing monitoring all mission critical infrastructure components, including application service, operating system, network protocols, all those things. And this is Nagios log server. This is a different application. This is Nagios Fusion. This is related to the network. But Nagios XI is kind of critical infrastructure kind of thing. So now we are learning about Nagios XI. Okay, so here like you have a download free trial. But for doing these things, we required in an instance which is T3.22.medium. It's kind of bigger. I'll take Ubuntu as usual. So if you go here you have like this is how you can download. You can see like Linux, download for the Linux you can have. So this is a tar file and you can do, or you can use installation guide here. So they gave us a PDF, sorry. In this PDF, they say like RHEL, Ubuntu, CentOS, like Oracle, Debian systems, Ubuntu 20. These are all like a kind of thing. Pre-installation thing recommended will support Nagios installation, newly installed clean system. Okay, a bare minimal installation. So since it's a very bigger kind of thing, I have to take like a T2, T3. So I'm just going on Ubuntu. For best reason, I'm using Ubuntu 20. You can install on Windows as well. It won't big deal, but it's better if you take it from Linux only. I was taking T3.22.medium. I'm using Keeper here. Root 12, I'm just giving 30. It's still in pending state.
Viva, we could have like just an example of Terraform. We could have installed this also. No, right? There,
yeah, you can. You have to do this like in with your Terraform only. You can take this same instance. You can do it with Terraform.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sure.
Sorry, I'm a bit late. So, are we studying Nagios?
Yes, we already started Nagios.
Sorry, a bit late. Okay.
So now I took an EC2 instances. Let me do sudo apt update. So I just go here, they say Nagios installation, there are prerequisite clean system. So I'm taking this thing. And for terminal access installation Nagios, there are two methods for installing Nagios, both perform full installation. Execute following command in your terminal access. This is the command. RS manual download, you can do this and all. So, but now I'm taking this command. Okay, so the script runs as a super user, super admin user. I'm just using sudo. Yep, now it will be installed. It will take it up that monitoring tool for like a Nagios XI will be installed. It will take 40 minutes. Haram's minimum 30 minutes it will definitely take. So now it is conversation time. We can discuss anything now in this 30 minutes. If you have any questions, you want to discuss anything with me, you all open now.
Siva, just like we can install JDK and install Jenkins, just like the same command, just like a
same way, yes.
Yes, the same command.
See, Linux right? Is always will have a simple thing. Linux is, you have a package manager to your Linux. If it is Ubuntu, it is so APT.
Which,
if it is
which type of, just like for the installation of Jenkins, we require the JDK and Maven also, right?
No, Maven is not required. You can install JDK, Jenkins will be there. But if you want to use the Maven execution, you require Maven.
Okay.
See, I'll tell you a simple example. For any of the Linux commands, Linux installation kind of thing, right? You you have a package manager, apt or yum kind of things. You will have you have to get a repository. That repository need to be added over there, and then you're installing those things. That is the use case. If you're installing anything in the Linux, you have to follow same thing. You have to get the repository. You added the repository, then you're installing the package. If that is not there, if some similar, but few things like a few already will be there. And few libraries will be, a few software packages will be already there. You can directly install those things.
Okay. After installation of Jenkins, how to open in the just like instance machine?
What is the default port for Jenkins?
8080.
You're taking the public IP and use 8080.
Okay. Okay.
See, that is also kind of application you're opening, buddy.
At the time of installation, we require to password, user ID or password. Ask the machine.
No, like once you have that, you can how you're going on this thing. So like once you gave this thing, then it's an installation kind of thing, right? Again, it will ask like your initial admin password. It will ask you for some other details. You have to provide all those things.
Okay.
It's not one thing you're going on. It's not one thing you're skipping on, right?
Yes, yes.
Siva, any suggestion how to prepare for the interviews, or what are the most common questions that are being asked?
I'll share like some recent DevOps interview questions, like for around 300 interview questions.
Yes.
You can take it up that interview questions and you can install those things. You can just go on those things and also see you have to go and see search how the questions, what is the requirement. First, you have to understand the requirement.
Okay.
If you're able to understand the requirement, that's it. Like you will understand a lot. But basically, basic thing is you're required to understand their expectation. So they usually gave like kind of, okay, this is a kind of requirement, and you have to in a situation to understand that. Okay.
Yes.
If you're able to understand that, that would be fine. That's it.
Also, as you know, I am from telecom background. Okay, so I need some resume sample to modify.
Did I not share till now?
I haven't
let me share.
No, not yet.
Give me a minute.
And also, Siva, how much of experience can we add? Because obviously, as a fresher, they won't take, right? Someone coming from
Madam, one second,
engineering.
madam. Let me share this resume. Give me a minute.
Oh,
Sorry. I shared in your like WhatsApp group. Yeah, you can see that it has around 60 plus resumes, all related to the DevOps. You can go on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So what else?
Pradna was asking something.
Yeah. Sorry, madam. Now tell me.
no problem. No, just was curious, like, for a DevOps, to start the interview or to post our resume in some portal. So how many years of experience can we show? Obviously, in the market nowadays, experience is a must before even they won't take a fresher, right?
Nah, they're not
Someone
hiring
switching their
freshers.
domain. So in that perspective.
See, it's very simple, madam. Like, how much you have? Like, do you have IT experience?
Yes, I was an Oracle DBA, so
Okay,
I'm
so how
having
much?
8 years.
Experience you have till now?
8 plus.
8 years. Just consider
Yeah.
8 years. Okay, if you're 8 years of experience, you have to showcase at least 3 years experience on your DevOps.
Okay.
Saying that last 3 years I'm working on the DevOps, and you have to change your resume and you have to change everything as your DevOps engineering kind of thing. And you have to have enough confidence that you can tackle see, now they won't think you like, okay, you're 3 years experienced person. They'll think you like you're 8 years experienced person, but you're a good experienced person. You can understand things a little bit easy when compared with others.
Okay. Or Shiva, I am a Java developer, right? 9+ years of experience, but in the DevOps, I don't know about it, but after that classes, I have some knowledge about it. So what can I changes is required in my CV?
Tell last 3 years I'm working for the application support DevOps and both application development. You have more advantage with others. So, see, usually what happened if I'm having a person with have a Java background, Java projects think like, okay, he can do DevOps and he can do these activities. Like most of the, a few companies, what they do, they don't want to have a separate DevOps engineer. They don't want to create two positions. They want to have like a person who have both knowledges. Now that kind of position is usually suitable for you. Like you have to put at least, that's what I'm saying. If you are any of the experiences, you have to make sure that at least 3 years, you can put 2 to 3 years, but you have to have enough confidence to, answer the questions.
Okay.
So I should share, I'm into automation developer in QA. So like I'm having 10 years of experience. So how can I convert my resume?
I told you, man. I told you, right? Like I see you are in the monitoring thing, right?
Yeah.
Now you're just putting in that DevOps, but in the DevOps also you can specifically say, I'm not doing as a DevOps engineering, but I'm doing like a container monitoring. I'm doing this Nagios. I'm doing like these kind of monitoring tools, and along with the DevOps kind of thing, I can do pipelines and I can do these things. I can do anything. So again, I told you like you're required to learn App Dynamics. So you mandatorily required Kubernetes full length knowledge. And you require to learn Kubernetes, and you require to learn on the top of Kubernetes, you require to learn these things like what do you have, this Prometheus or Grafana or like Nagios, these kind of tools, monitoring related tools with your application monitoring tools. That is a make easy for you. It's not something very tough for you. It is very gonna get like kind of easy for you. Like all those things comes on the same bag, same kind of terminology kind of things. That you profile, like you have to showcase as a infrastructure or a kind of a showcase as a like a monitoring tool or a kind of a reliability engineer. You have to put it as a SRE kind of thing.
Siva, can you share us?
You mean to say synthetic testing, right?
No. No,
site reliability engineer. Site reliability engineer.
Yes.
And to achieve that, I think in Dynatrace, they have synthetic test.
No, in no, not like that one. See, even in SRE also, if you Kyndryl, like a Kyndryl, right? How Kyndryl tackle, even Kubernetes admin also, they call it as SRE. monitoring tools who are doing this app dynamics, they're also called SRE only. That's how, you know, it will happen. So you can say like you are kind of more on infrastructure or kind of more on production support. But in DevOps things, you won't have a production kind of things. You will have ops team. Ops team, specifically ops infrastructure, or like even platform engineer, like, you know, infra engineer or platform engineer. That engineering things will come here actually. Roles wise, it all comes as engineering roles.
Do we work on production activities as a DevOps?
Yeah, that's all you're doing now. Kubernetes, you know.
Everything.
See, in
Yeah.
Kubernetes, installing these things. So once Kubernetes installed, your application has been there. So now what you have to do? See, development, how long it will be there? Like about 10 months. That's a very high development. After 10, product required to be in production. So production only, you'll have more number of people. Like for the production support, you have like 10 to 11 DevOps engineers. Because after the production only, you have to do multiple times, you have to do the deployments. That time only you comes to the DevOps engineers comes to the pick.
Okay.
In the development activities, like you're not required to have much people, you're not required to maintain much people.
Okay, Shiva.
Shiva, can you share us some link for learning those Prometheus Grafana thing?
You check in YouTube and you have hundreds of these things.
Okay.
Now you'll understand like what is a AML, right? Like a deployment AML.
Yeah, I
So
have
go to the
worked
Prometheus.
on this Kubernetes thing from last 4 years, so I know those things. But
Okay.
the way was different. We were provided means we were downloading our images, telecom images. Those are huge in size, 2 GB, 7 GB, like those things. And Docker load tag push those things, and then prepare the Helm chart or YAML file. And Helm install all those things. Then restart Kubernetes command like.
If you know Helm install, a simple just go to the Helm repo. Artifactory is there for the Helm. Just go there. You can use a single line command. You can install that Grafana. That's a single line command installation if you're going using Helm charts. Why worry?
Those things are there, but I don't know what was the use of those things. From
That's what. Now if you try to, that's what I told you, right? Go to the Helm, get the Helm package, install that in your Helm things. Then you can directly use that one. So now the same thing, like now, you know, just consider you got one requirement. They ask you to install Prometheus. How are you going to activate? How are you going to active that? How are you going to do that activity?
Means as I know, I'll do same thing, Helm install and those things.
Same thing that you telling now how to do, and again you tell I don't know how to do.
No, means I ask for the link. So where can I learn more about those things?
Same thing, man. See, first thing, try to understand what it do. Okay, Prometheus and Grafana, like I'll tell you, Prometheus, you know, so you're not going to create anything in Prometheus in modern tools. You're not going to create anything. Okay, see, so you're going to do monitor. What server are you going to monitor? You're going to monitor Linux server. Just simple in a case. You already have a Linux server. Many things are there on the Linux server. Now, what you are taking that Linux server. You're taking that Linux server and keeping in your Nagios. So Nagios monitor that one, and it will just give you like any alerts. You can set it alert alerts on there, and it will give you alerts if any like what you called any other thing is exceeded, any of that like, you know, that
yes, memory size or memory utilization.
It's something some issues being there, threshold values. If you set up some threshold values, if threshold values has been reached or exceeded, you're going to get alerts. Then what you're going to do on that? You're just creating alerts is the one activity you're going to do. Exactly, I'm going to do that only. But in Kubernetes is not something like that one. That is a purely different thing. Like, see, if Helm chart, if you're going on the Helm chart and taking up that and all, you know, installing thing, not required to worry on that one. But if it's just consider an application, if you're seeing an application perspective, you have to do all these things. Go to the Git, Maven. If it is a Maven, it's just a Java microservice application.
And these things
again,
are
you have to get integrate with the Jenkit, Maven. Yeah, these are all, you know, kind of DevOps engineering activity. You have to do all these things for application development. For monitoring things in all, these are not required actually.
Yeah.
So basically DevOps, like learning many tools, but not in depth, right, Shiva?
Uh,
Not in depth.
we can't say it like that based on requirement. See, we require to have each and every at least minimal
Yes.
understanding on this thing.
Yes.
And
Yes.
when you come to the reality, how much to what tool you're going to have, you have to again upgrade your these things. Upgrade your
Skills.
things. Yes, you have to scale up. Ma, 1 second. Yep, sorry. So you have to learn a lot of tools, not only now. See, even Packer, that is this new tool which I saw like this thing. Yesterday I saw CNF like build Packer. Now last week, before Jan and Feb and all, I done the POC. I've integrated build pack into my organization, and now I've integrated Valero as a kind of Terraform thing, and I integrated with all the EKS servers. So like for these are the kind of things I'm doing. Like if from the cluster level, we are able to install Valero. Now I'm working for the MLOps team. So previously Valero, that may be an application support team, I'm not sure, but they want Valero, I'm installed with them. I integrated that Valero. I saw how I just understand how it works, and I took that into my cluster. I executed those all, and I see that some use cases. I'll take it up all these things, and I'll give a demo. Hey, this is how it works. Like they may get some questions, and we saw the other functionality how works, and we will integrated that. We will integrated that as like these things. And now Docker like it is you're going on enterprises version. So, but now it is very tough for us to pay for that, because in an organization more than we have 15,000 people, and more than 10,000 people are using like license of Docker. It's very cost for us. So we went on the Podman. Podman is also similar kind of Docker, like Containerd. So Podman is a free open source. We went on that one. We communicated with Podman team, and we took their like a stable package. We installed that. We took that and we connected with most of the people. We told them, yes, you guys have to remove your Docker and install the Podman. See here, I'm not going to inside of Docker. I'm I'm dealing with the Docker here. If there's someone coming to me, say, hey, Shiva, I know Docker, how to get it? How can I see the Podman images? And so Docker images, use Podman images. That's it. If someone coming me, Shiva, I know Docker run command. Here, how to have to do the Podman run. I have given like how it has to be happen, how they can do that build, how can they create the container. I have to create entire documents on that one. So like a few years back, I was kind of with the application team, kind of Java project. We work in microservices project. So we created pipelines for them, taking up this Mav and pipelines, all this Node.js, all those things, integration with the Jenkins. Then also like we're integrating that to the OpenShift. That is also kind of Kubernetes kind of thing. We integrated with that Kubernetes, that all we have done like as a kind of application development, DevOps engineering that time. So next we have, I worked on SRE. That is a very toughest job, but you'll get the pressure, you'll get the heat every time. So for to avoid that, unable to keep that pressure. So just switch it to this company. Now we hear it as a platform engineering. So most of the times, like I'll create a platform for the application. Similar now, MLOps is one team. They want to have a platform for their MLOps, but they want to integrate with a cloud. And they want to integrate with like a cloud, and they want to integrate it with DevOps. So for the DevOps, we are integrating. Let me show you one thing like
So at the SRE, what is roles responsibility?
monitoring, man.
Monitoring, right? So like
see, I'll tell you what SRE does. SRE will have SLA, SLO, SLI. These are the three factors. So this is the Kubeflow which I'm now working now. It is also, it will be integrated on machine learning toolkits for the Kubernetes. Can I able to see now? So now I have a Kubernetes cluster. So they don't have Kubernetes cluster. I created EKS cluster with their Terraform. And now like I have to integrate this machine learning. So I have to install this Kubeflow. This Kubeflow, it is like, again, it is a different way I have to do, because it has, again, these are all kind of things I have to do with this Terraform. So there's also open sources, and we are integrating these open sources. We don't know what happened, and we have to see like what happening on the, everything you have to see in a, you have to give 100%. See, so they're expecting, say, okay, Shiva is a DevOps engineer. Shiva is highest payer, like in this thing. We are paying a lot for Shiva. So Shiva knows many things. Like I just asked, hey, Shiva, I required Kubernetes, Kubeflow on the Kubernetes. If I go there, hey, do you have Kubernetes? They say, well, I don't have Kubernetes. Do you have AWS account? Yes, I have AWS account. Okay, give me your AWS account. I'll create my own EKS. So I went on the Terraform. I created workspace. I went on there and I created EKS. This is your EKS cluster. Okay, now what I have to do? I have to go, you have to integrate your Kubeflow on that one. I integrated and I gave the dashboard URL. They're going on that dashboard URL, they goes. Suppose in the any case, if my pod get failed, due to some issue, pod was not running, or my EKS went down due to some issue. They was unable to handle that one. Yeah, 1 second. Ma. So we can you can, they'll feel that, okay, again, one support engineer. That time again they gave me, say like, okay, Shiva, you have to work for us, but we won't give you 100% this thing. You work for the 2-3 projects, and you work for because here we get any issues, only going to work. You're not going to get this, you're not going to do continuous support. So that's how it happens. Okay, if you just ask me about the SRE, SRE is the kind of monitoring people. They do what they do, right? Like they do monitor like their applications. Say like SRE is at example, you're using. Sorry.
Your voice was breaking.
Okay, so is it fine now? Again, I'm getting internet connection is unstable. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Okay, so simple thing. SRE is, you're committing that, saying that I'll make sure that your application up and running every time. Okay, so how what you have to do? It's a simple example. You remember, like, in a few months back, like maybe 1 year back, if you do the Google Pay transaction, it says transaction pending. They say your money with us, but a transaction will take 2 days to confirm, kind of things. But normally your like a phone pay has to happen with 1 day, within fraction of minutes. If it is taking 2 days, sometimes, they say, vendor say, no, sir, payments are not coming. You have to pay me, sir, differently. So that is a cause of, one kind of monitoring, like the lack of some these things. Then the integrated SRE, and that makes sure that Google Pay is up and running every time, and any issue, it should not down anytime. So that's the reason nowadays you're not seeing any pending payments. So that because of SRE, they're monitoring that how much load are coming, how much traffic is coming, and how much of request response time has been happening, how application is working fine. So how application is responding for your these things. Or am I required to change infrastructure? Am I required to change this load things? Or am I required to change the ports I have to have? So all these things in SRE will be tackled.
So they will do the infra. I mean, as SRE, if say something alert has been generated, so that alert.
It's not something like only alerts, a kind of thing. They'll monitor that mainly on monitoring kind of thing. They have to monitor, and they have to confirm, say like a simple thing. Like if I'm saying, in the end of the day, right, you will have a capacity management. So we will have a capacity management, we have performance management. Say now I have 30 applications I worked as an SRE, so at that time I have 30 applications. The 30 applications, how much like capacity planning? So we say how much of resources has been utilizing now, how much capacity are we required to increase the capacity, and I have to give them like, okay, this much capacity if every application has been on average using. And also performance wise, like if I'm taking how many requests are coming per this thing, how many requests has been response time, request response time, request receiving time, request processing time, all those things I have to take as a kind of this thing, and I have to present them every day. I have to send a report, say this is the response time. They'll say, okay, now suppose today if usually like my response time is 0.6 seconds, today it is take 15 seconds. Then now I have to work, like I have to verify why it has been take that much delay. It's all seconds only. They say 0.06 seconds. It take 15 seconds. Why that request time is increased? Like what is the causes that one? You have to go again. They have to now in a monitoring situations. You have to go and you have to verify, and you have to see why application has been not responding properly. There's a lot of things you have to do for SRE. A lot of troubleshoot you have to do, and a lot of reports you have to generate, and a lot of monitoring activities you have to do. And other thing, right? Like if you require an SRE, you require to troubleshoot, right? If you're doing on the troubleshooting, you have to do a lot of good knowledge on Linux. See, in outside the thing like DevOps engineering is why the DevOps engineering they're paying high for you, because you're learning a lot and you're about to do a lot. That's the reason they pay you more. Or like they feel that, okay, you know about the development, you know about the operations, you know about the Linux, you know about the Windows machines, you know about the Jenkins, you know about the Kubernetes, you know about the Terraform. Okay, now I can see Maheshwar is there. He knows Terraform. So I can assign some task for the Terraform. And after 15 days, so okay, Terraform done. Like we have Kubernetes requirement. I can again ask like Maheshwar to work on the Kubernetes, because he's a DevOps engineering. We're paying high for him. What other way I can utilize him?
Like coming to interview, like if you're putting 3 to 4 years experience, like what could be the level of interview and like what preparation is required from our side?
Voice is very low, man. Can you pardon question?
Yeah, like if we are going to put 3 years of experience or 3 to 4 years experience in our resume, so what kind of interview level we can expect of?
No, see, the first thing, it is based on what is the requirement they have. Okay, so you have to see. Suppose they want to have a Kubernetes and Terraform. They are the major stress at Kubernetes and Terraform. So like their expectation is a little bit different. If they're looking on the Jenkins, their expectations is a little bit different. So based on your requirement, you have to prepare yourself like what kind of these things. So based on the requirement only, you have to set up your profile, buddy. You can't say like 100% I'm doing all those things. Can be even now, like I have to change my resume every whenever I'm changing my company, I have to change the things. Because now previously I go with SRE. Now I can't put SRE. Like SRE, it's like, what I can say. I'm fed up with SRE. I can't take it up that much pressure. Why I have to take that much pressure? Okay, so that's the reason I changed that. Now, if someone is coming and asking me, can you do the site reliability engineering? I say, okay, I'm ready to do it, but I haven't 100% hike. They won't give me 100% hike. They won't may hire. That's it, done. So why I have to waste some kind of positions for that? So now I'll change that as a kind of, platform engineering. I'll take the things as a platform engineering, and I'll mention that, okay, I'm working as a platform engineering, and also I work on the production activities as well. I'll remove that SRE terminology and I'll put it as a production support or like an infrastructure support, operation support, a kind of some different name, and I'll showcase them that my experience as SRE, I'm doing it for the operational basis itself. So how I'm able to convey them with my resume and how I'm able to convey my tools to them is matters. It's a simple thing. Kubernetes, you take Kubernetes itself. The expectation is developer, and you say you are working as an admin. It's no use, right? So you have to convey them like Kubernetes development as well. Then only they can hire you. So any other questions? Yes, am I audible?
Yes,
Come on,
yes,
shoot
yeah.
me any other questions. You can ask me anything other than about my package.
Like what I'm trying to understand, we are learning all the tools on a high level, but when we put tools all to the resume with 3 or 4 years experience, they could be needing much deeper knowledge, or they may dig more inside that. And
simple thing, like they say, buddy, you have a basic knowledge, but I can give, like, your salary is 10 lakh, I can give you 12 lakhs only because you have basic knowledge. Will you agree?
still not. But
no, right? So you want more salary, that then you have to showcase them like how much you're eligible for that payment, for the package. That's that, you know, you have to understand the requirement first, and you have to change your way of explanation. So I'll put Terraform, I'll put like Kubernetes, buddy. I went an interview. Their main concentration of Kubernetes. They don't want to have like these things. Then what I'll tell them? Do I stress more on the Terraform? What is the use for them? But I'll have a both tools also. But but I'll see their JD and what kind of specifications, their expectations, and I'll see little bit things. I'll do my homework for that position, and before the interview also, I'll do like what kind of their expectations. They might be they're saying like, okay, the person required configs, they're a person required to work on configuration files, they're required to work on this application development. Then I'll go and I'll do, hey, I do the config maps like this thing, I'll do the secret like this thing, I use the secret like this thing, I'll attach this thing. Then that is a use case. If say I create the cluster here this way, what is the use? You have to understand the requirement, and same thing, you put a Kubernetes only, but what their expectations, you have to convey them like, you are good with that expectations. That's it.
Correct. So like, see, this example, like we learned Kubernetes in 4 hours, but you mentioned Kubernetes itself required 40 hours of training. Now with 40 hours, if we go an interview, then how would that 40 hours of content to convey them? And there are multiple tools.
4 hours, right? Now you have to do a work, you have to do a practice of 40 hours, buddy. You have to do the 40 hours of practice, then only you'll get it, you're able to understand that. See, like if someone asks you like that, I told, right, like that it's definitely like, not fair 4 to 6 hours for Kubernetes. Not worthy. You have to do a lot of practice on that Kubernetes. Why? Because if you're able to deploy an application, if you're able to do that, like many things, then you'll understand a lot of questions. Then only you can explain them. So simple, like if you're creating a pod.ml, deployment.ml, you can do deployment types also, you can do service also, you can do. These are all you convey them like you're doing all those things for the Kubernetes. That's what I told, like what the requirement, and based on the requirement, you have to convey the things. But here you're learning the basic things, like you have to do little bit homework of your things, and you have to do the practice more, and then only you'll get hundreds of questions. I'm getting one question here. So now how can I resolve that question? Then I have to see like what other way I can do. Like I have to go to the Google, I have to learn. I have to see that why that is a simple, why this error is coming, and what is the use case, why, on what cases this error coming. You have to do a little bit, read in R&D. If that not do like I learned 40 hours DevOps coaching and I'm ready for the job is not something, good enough. You have to know you have to practice each and everything, and you have to, if you're practicing, you'll get like hundreds of questions. Now you have to analyze yourself, and you have to go there, and after, you're fed up, you're unable to understand the question, or you're unable to fill that question, then you come back to me, Shiva, I was unable to understand this question. So we're discussing about, right, like the other question. So Anshuman's issue. So I went, like, again, I tried that one. Maven is there, Java is there, everything is working fine, but still he's getting the Maven issue. We don't know why that is. He came to me. I saw, but he called me that time. I was a little bit busy, and I'm traveling to hometown. I couldn't able to. So again, I went over there. So now, what is the way he has to, how he can check the Maven is working? I went on the other approach, say like Maven is also kind of plugin I have. And then they asked him to install that, and then he confirmed that Maven is working, but configuration issue, ask him to refresh everything, reinstall the things that maybe can cause, because that's a valid kind of a question. But for small issues, you should not come to me. You practice it and you have to finish up the things. That's the reason I ask you to ping to the group. So, but this is a one group. Seriously, I'm very, very disappointed. Like even previous group, even now is also one conversation going on. Some people respond to the other questions. Here in this group, no one respond to any other questions actually. So even many times I won't respond also, but because I saw. I just wait, not something I don't respond, I don't want to respond kind of thing. I'll wait for someone respond. Like I could see like my just previous batch, like this this is May and April batch I have, like March to April. That's one of the best batch I have saw. Like they have like till now also they're going on the conversation. They won't ask me anything. They'll ask themselves like, hey, anyone can do this thing. I'm working on this Jenkins. I want to change the port number. Where I can change the port number. Now I'm taking up 8080 port number. I want to change the port number to other than the 8089. How can I do that one? So I know the answer, but if I thought like, okay, someone maybe, how they'll check in the internet, okay, how to change the port in Jenkins. They say, hey, this is the way I found, like, can you try this one? Yes. Now he never forget that one because he knows that how to change the port number for Jenkins. If I'm saying go to the config file, you find that and you can do that. I already know that I'm not required to learn again new. Now you guys, whoever asked the question, they'll say, okay, Shiva told here, yeah, I go there. Now I'm working condition. You not understand things like how it works. But,
yes. Right.
If we're able to answer like what is this thing? This conversation here also very less conversation with the groups, but other groups it goes on very even December, November batches also I could see the conversation goes on. This is one batch I saw people won't take any of the questions but they are seriously I didn't expect that kind of these things actually.
You mean nobody asks questions, is it, Shiva?
Not the question, not the questions, madam.
I'm a slow learner. These all
no,
things.
Not like that.
See,
not the way, not the question is asking something. I'll always feel that if your question is, I only always think in that question is a question. It's whether dumb question, good question. Question is a question. If you when you get a question, if you're not able to do the thing or you are unable to understand, then only you'll get the raise the question. Or else if you not listen, you won't get the question. But you guys are like a way of this specific batch is we in Stars also reach out to me why what happening with this. I said I don't know. Like some people, I saw people I saw some people never responded. They never even talk. Never they open the mouth. And again they say we're disappointed. We went on once even where the first batch. I'll tell you, this is my 18th batch. This is my 18th batch with the Star as well. And this is the first time I get 1 star here. I never had a 1 star. Then again, all we went on this thing, what happening, why it is not happening, why, what we can do the better things, why are we not able to satisfy this group or what happening all. We went on the kind of these things and we saw maybe you couple of people, you might receive a calls, why, what happened, all those things. But that doesn't make me anything. Again, I am associated with new batch, and again, I'm giving them the best I can do with them. But here, right, people not enthusiastic to learn. They always say I didn't feel that actually. Very sorry to say, I didn't see not all the people. I saw some people one specific lady. I don't want to name she has some issue. She said, sir, I'll do video call, sir, please. I was stuck here. She called me and she shared me the screen and I gave her and she was able to do that. That's how, that's enthusiastic I was didn't see with many people here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant to ask.
I not asked you to make a video call, buddy. No, she asked me, can we connect that? I said, I don't have other option. Like I'm in office, I couldn't able to do. Then like later night also, she asked me, at least I can make some video call or that thing. Even seriously, like Anshuman followed me, but I struck this week. I traveled to my hometown and I stuck with my ML ops. I told, right? Like I was unable to respond to him. And when that's the reason, first thing I took, like, when the session started yesterday, I took like half an hour for him, kind of things.
Ashish, you are not answering.
Oh, sorry.
Ashish. I was
sorry,
out of
sorry.
station.
Okay, sorry. See that that is enthusiastic. I didn't see with many people here.
Shiva, even I have a question. What if I have doubts in future? Can I ping you?
That's what I said. November and December batch. See, you always thinking, sir, can I call you after some time? Why you can't say, I'll ping in the group, someone will respond by that time, someone will be in a DevOps and they can respond to me.
Yeah, yes.
This is a problem I tell you.
Yes. Yes. Means that should be the way we should work like that.
See,
learn like this.
Very frankly, I'm telling you, what you're learning, like we won't even while doing in the real time, it's the way learning is more 100% of learning. You do 10% in real time. You're learning in you have to learn more. When you're learning more, you'll get a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So sorry if I disappointed something.
It is good.
I just felt that
the day you frustrated, I was about to give that suggestion. Means at least 10-15 minutes we can discuss anything, an interview, any question.
I'll tell you,
make the session interesting.
I have done more than 600 interviews. Okay.
Yes,
I attended more than 30 plus interviews from my this thing. I took like more than 600 interviews.
Yes.
Okay. And this is my fourth company.
Okay.
I'm earning like it's not something like I'm earning like like my college mates, and when I compare with the others, I'm earning more than any other people I have. Okay. And even these things make me like I was due to some personal thing, like I'm doing this thing, and this not the like it's almost more than a year kind of this thing, like I'm working with these people. But I provided trainers for this thing, but this batch is a little bit kind of this thing. I felt that actually. But even not only me, StarSL people also had same kind of thing. They also take my inputs as well. They don't directly say like blindly. They won't left you like that. So they always take like what feedback from you. They'll take the feedback from me. They'll take it up how it is happening, on what it is happening, how it has been going on, how it. So we all try to do what best we can do there. That's how we goes on. But a good thing, like this, I told, right, like today it will take some time. So you guys come up with, so we will take it from 6 o'clock. I'm very happy for that. Yeah, that's how, you can take it up things like from your own. You have to owning the things. You have to say, I came here to learn, like I have to learn a lot. I have to make it up. I have to clear my things on this thing.
Yes, correct.
That enthusiastic I didn't see with many people here actually.
Yeah, no, I have tried that, but I had a 1 week gap, so a little bit back, so I have to catch all the things. And now means I was not able to install Jenkins, so I was a bit hesitant. How can I ask?
Now, how many people? Hardly how many people are pinging in the group for any issue? How many? Just how many people you pinged in the group for any issue?
Ganesh is saying he's
approx 4 to 5.
And how many people here there for the batch?
Approx 30 plus.
Yes, 30 plus.
Do I think like the people don't have a question and they're good with that, or they don't have understand anything?
Yes.
Sure, it's possible for next week also 6 o'clock because if that is okay from start.
Sir, like I don't have any problem, but thing is, right, I don't, if you're, that's what I say. If you guys all are come for an agreement, then I can take it up that. I don't have any issues.
Yeah, one guy is complaining today that he can't adjust it this time.
Obviously, other 32 members were there, and today literally it came down to 22. So other people have lost this session. So if we continue the same time, everyone should be agreed to the same time. Otherwise, there will be again a new complaint about the timings as well.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, sure. See, I don't have any problem. It's up to you guys how you want to have. It's all like start your discussion. That's what I say. Hey, buddies, why can't we take it up? So I'll ask Shiva sir to be at least half an hour earlier. So are we good, okay to take it up things?
Yeah, really, Shiva, this is a good suggestion. Means our team should be operate means communicate
Again,
like that.
see, now again I have to call to the Star Result team and I have to inform them. Sir, this is what happening. You have to open session for me at 6 o'clock. So they may be think like, okay, session is 7 o'clock. There may be something. They may be stuck with other things. Then we have to inform them and have to take something. A lot of things. So if you guys are agreed, come on the same one thing, and we will take it up for other things. If you required something, I'll take it up. Okay, so yep, it is created. Sorry,
it is installed.
Yeah, it says like install Nagios. There, it is installed for this thing. Okay. So after installation, yeah, it says in Nagios installation completed. You can access the Nagios XA web interface by visiting this particular link. But it generated me private with private IP. So you can see the 31.4.32 is a private IP. Now I'm changing that private IP to the public IP here. I'm just taking the public IP. So I can't get the public private IP. I didn't host it into the private thing. So now I take the public IP. I just update it as a public IP here. I'm running here. See Nagios installation and finalize your installation setup, initialize configuration. The settings can be changed later as well. So this is the path they gave, and time zone you have to update it as like for the India Chennai plus 5:30. I just updated as the Chennai. Interface modern, use HTTP only, but I'm not good. And it's a trial version. I say like a free and limited version. I'll go next. It is a username and password, Nagios administrator. Email address, you can add of your email address. If you have any of the email address, you can add. So you can say finish install. So it gave me username and password. I have to copy this. I have to save this administrator username passwords. Log into the Nagios. So now I have to provide the username and password. What are the username administrator? Since this is the first time I'm logging, I have to use admin username and password. So put never and read agreements, understand. Yes, this is the dashboard from my Nagios. Here, this is the home dashboard you have here. And here you can see like a host summary status. This is a kind of home, what is the host thing, like where you hosted your application. So now you hosted your application and it gave me one thing here. If I go here, it says local host. Mean to say local host, nothing but my local server where I installed this thing, where I installed my Nagios. That will be taken up as a local server. And it running on the 11 services over there. It's running 11 services over there. If I go to this 11 services, here, see here, current load, current users, HTTP memory uses, ping, route, all these things I have. And everything is going on good status, and duration last of 5 hours and 4 minutes. This is all it is happening, and it is running all these things, load, all those things it is running. And there are also one
local PC.
Yeah, it gave me not local PC where I installed my this thing Nagios. We mean to say my EC2 instances.
Okay.
And now it has identified one problem here as a critical status. You can see this critical status, and it say like swap memory is reaching 100%. So see here, swap uses in critical station, swap critical 0% free. Swap is already lost. Either you disabled or not present. So usually swap will be disabled. So you can do. So like this, you will have one unhandled service here. You can see this. It's same like it comes to the local host, this thing. Like here, now what I have to see here. The first thing a host mean to say, how many hosts you have, how many hosts you have, how many servers you have, like what servers, like how many servers you're going to do. I want to like do a server. How can I do that one? And in the servers, what are the services I have to monitor? Like what are the services I have to monitor? All those things I'm going on here. These things, it's give me host status as well as service status. Mean to say one host you are deploying multiple services. On host, you're deploying multiple services. So that services you're going to monitor, like which service I want to monitor, which service I can ignore, all those things you can see here on what services. Here it is 11 services which I have. So how can I add one more service over there? Again, you have to go to the configuration of your Nagios. You have to go here. If you don't know anything on this thing, just use where is Nagios. Say user-lib Nagios, user local Nagios. I have to go to this, cd/user/lib/Nagios. ls here, I have plugins here, and if I have any plugins, all those things similar like plugins, any configuration changes you have. Again, I'm going on the cd/user/local/Nagios. Here I have Nagios, Nagios XA, Nagios VS, NRDP, NISSS. Local, I'm going on Nagios. NAGIOS. We go Nagios here. I have bin extra has been share and var. If I do the one step back here I go Nagios XI. Now this is NAGIOS XI. Here I have config files. Here I have a etc. Just go cd/etc. ls here. See here you have all the configuration files. If you go to the C service, where is the service? You can see these are config files. You can see these are config files. So this is a EC2 version as one kind of E2 scrub as one kind of configuration file. Yeah, the system config file. Let me use system config file. VI. So here you can see this list of the configurations, configuration for setting the system variables. Here you can see this, what are the services you have, what servers you want to have, any of the services you want to have, any of the kernel things. Like you can have, these things you can add here. You can come here, you can check these things. You can add any of the others, other systemctls if you want to add any of the other configuration files you have to add. So these are all you can see here. These are the mail cap also here. Like there are plenty of configuration files you have here. So you come here and do the configuration file changes. So that configuration changes files go here and will come here. Okay, this is a configuration what you have here. But in that's very rare case you go to the configurations things and do here. And but normally you will be here on this dashboard. This is a home dashboard. Here you add more number of services. Okay, you add more number of services. Say like more number of hosts, more number of services, more number of these things you will add here actually. That is a makes like that is a one of the way you do actually. Suppose if you want to take it up more this thing like if you
Siva,
want to go I want to yeah.
Yeah, Siva, just like I want to host my application in EC2 instance, right?
Yes.
To how to add my applications, health issue, health related issue in Nagios.
No, like you want to application, right? Like application, how you want to add application URL wise or application resources wise?
Resources and URL both.
So if you want to go URL, you can go here, configure, you have a configure wizards, or you can you go here, configure wizards.
Okay.
If you go into configure wizards, you have a web URL here. Where is this? Web host. Website. Okay. Yeah, here you have a website and website URL. Monitor a website or monitor specific URL. You can monitor like your specific website monitor things here. You can do this.
Okay, then you can monitor each and everything. That's like traffics or any kind of errors.
I'll open specific URL. Just give me. I'll take like Amazon.
Okay.
Or like Flipkart. Anything is fine.
Yes, Flipkart is easy.
Flipkart URL. This is the address. URL options port. You have to monitor using the port as SSL or HTTP. You can have a credentials, username and password, URL status, URL these things, URL contents you have to provide. And these are all you have to provide kind of regular expression matches, all those things. And now we can see monitor the host and services for every 5 minutes. What it will do, every 5 minutes, it will check for the status of the server. And okay, when the potential problem is first detected, recheck the host of the service for every 1 minute up to 5 times before sending the notification. That's the finish here. See a configuration visit says successfully. Let me go to the home dashboard here. See now host services has been 2 here. Previously it is 1 and now it has been 2. If I go here, like I have local host which is up and running, and these are my Flipkart. If I open the Flipkart here, see here it comes as the options as like a status details. Okay, connect to the Flipkart host, no, trace route of this host, ping the host, force an immediate check, disable the notifications you can check. And also here you have a services. Now the services URL status only, you're checking like whether website is up and running or not. Okay, this is the URL status. It's checking overall the performance graphs, how many like no performance graphs found like for last 24 years, because it will take it up some time for, since it is to be 5 minutes, so it don't have a URL status check. So what it will do, it will check the URL status of your website. I mean, this is what it will check, like whether you're up and running or not. Here you'll see each and every services here. See TCP, okay, 0.02 seconds response time on the Flipkart for port 443.
Okay.
So this is how we can monitor your application, say how much of response time it has been getting for your each and everything.
Okay.
So here you can see the network traffic analysis. You can go here, configure network analyzer traffic integration. You have to do this this package. Once you have this package, it will also monitor your network this thing, like how the network is coming, how like all those things. Like it run to report, analyze your network analyze service. You're required to add this particular configuration menu. This is a kind of a plugin comes. So once you add it, it will also analyze this thing, like any variables you have. This is a website URL they gave and mention. Any of the capacity planning here. So capacity planning, how like the future is part of enterprises edition. So you don't have as a free thing, you don't have this capacity planning. Here you have a capacity planning. This is what I told, right? Like as an SRE, we do the capacity planning. So this is the capacity planning we do. And reconfigure this host, delete this host, or like if you go to advanced options, here you can see like what status is, what host attributes are: active checks, passive checks, notification, flip detection, event handler, performance data, obsession. These are all kind of host attributes it is checking with this application. And current check, like 1 of 5, it has been dual. State type is hard, and execution time is 0.02 seconds. Check latency. Any of the latency has been application, 0.11 second latency. Last notification, any notification has been sent. You don't have performance date. It is on the today date, like it's 0.02 seconds of performance, and it's up and running. Like these are all kind of options. You can see this. So the services here, you can see URL status is the only service you have for this thing. Again, if you can specifically go on the configure here, you go to this configuration wizard here. Here you have a plenty of options. Like you can do Amazon EC2 or Apache Tomcat as well, or Amazon S3 as well. How many requests are coming? All these things. Here, this is the capacity planning as it tell. You can see here the capacity planning alert based on the metrics produced by the capacity planning report. DNS query. You can have it if you can have any specific DNS name or something. You can do that one. Domain expiration also you can do. You can check email delivery, Docker containers via NCPA. So there are plenty of ways you can do this thing. Even if you're going on the paid version, you have more on this wizards. These are the kind of calls and plugin as well. You can have like a Windows server also you can do. A simple Windows server you can do. Windows SNMP you can do. Windows desktop you can do. So I click on the Windows here. Okay, I require to connect to the NCPA address. I have to connect this address actually. What is this NCPA? I'll tell you now. Okay.
Okay.
So now here you can download that NCPA. I would like to monitor. Here you have to connect this this thing, and I have to do some configuration. Here you have to generate the IP address. That IP address you have to add here, and also token you have to update. Then it will automatically monitor your Windows servers.
Okay.
So this is how we have to add a number of configurations, what kind of configurations you want to have, like some databases you want to have. So you can do MySQL databases, MongoDB server, MySQL, Oracle query, PostgreSQL, Postgres query, you can do. These are all kind of databases also you can monitor. You also get more wizards based on your package, based on how much of license you have, you will get more wizards.
Okay.
So these like this, you see here latest version and get support from the upgrade benefits, all those things you can do. But before going on that, first thing you have to do here, go to this Nagios admin, click on here on the username account information. So here you have to you can change the current passwords and a pay key, you have to generate these things. Now here these things. So here you have a notification preferences. So how you want me to notify? Host acknowledgement, host recovery, host down. These are the host downs and these are the services things. If you have anything, sorry, I can see some chat. So if you want to have like, you want to get an email for this kind of things. You want to get an email, how like you're getting an email. So for what kind of alerts you're getting an email. So these are the host related, these are service related. You can get this alerts. So this is one way you can get it. Or you want to get like a mobile text. These are all the services and time period. So on the time period, when you want to monitor on specific things, or when you want to send a notification for the specific thing, all those things you can send it up. So all those things you have to set it up in a notification preferences and notification methods. So notification methods, you have like email, or like you have text. If you say receive email, update settings, like mobile text also you can do. You can add the mobile number, like you can add the mobile carrier, but you won't have Airtel kind of things. This is purely US related actually.
We cannot use here.
No, we can't use, we won't have our Airtel kind of things.
Yeah,
You have to change like some country codes and methods, then you will have like some kind of providers for that. And also in here in the background itself, like if you're going on, see now I'm in, see like a VI, if I use Nagios, where is this thing? /etc/Nagios, hey, come on. One second, let me just go out. I think this is in again in the Nagios. So where we went cd/user/local, right? Here if I give, I have etc cd/etc again. /Nagios. One second. So here I have like etc Nagios. If I go to this Nagios, here I have some kind of configuration files. Okay. So yeah, actually, you have what I can say. One second. Yep, I'll come back to that. So here you can add, how we want to add a mail, how you want to like say notification type, all those things, how we want to have this thing, send message, send notifications, all those things you can set it up here. This is one way. Okay. And how you want to have to add your email configurations here, like what kind of email configuration I have a schedule page use here. Where's this thing, email configuration? Give me a minute. Yep, you have to go here, admin. Sorry. If you go to the admin here, you have a configuration things like what kind of configurations you want to have, inbound transfer, outbound transfer, like manage kind of thing, configure snapshots. This is NRDS configuration things. Okay, this is a kind of, create a config and NRDP server before you're doing NRDS configuration. So this is like Nagios remote data center. This is one of the everything comes as a NR Nagios remote. Okay, Nagios remote, and Nagios what I can say, Nagios NRP, like NRDS, NRP, like this. You will have like many of the Nagios related kind of things. Those are all called agents actually. Let me show you 1 second. So let me finish up here and I'll go. Okay, here you can see like manage users, and you can add like LDAP or integrations, all those things here you can come and you can add your email settings. Go here. So you can add your email, send email, outbound email, Gmail, OTP. So you can configure your email here, and you can say SMTP details. You have to add like a SMTP meant to say like what kind of email, how it can be authenticated. So all kind of set methods, all those things you have to set up here for this email notification. Okay, next is NRDS. We already this thing I told like this one of the method.
Configuration files. Coming here, 1 second. cd/user / where is Nagios? cd/user/lib. Here I have plugins. If I go to the cd plugin, here I have a check role plugin only. I don't have any plugins. There are one plugin called ls. And I come to here. Yes, this thing. What is this? Nagios. 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember that specific path actually.
Can you Google it and search?
No. Give me a minute. I'll remember.
Yes, sir.
You have some kind of configuration file path. That configuration file path, you have to change like many things here. Okay, so I'll be back here. Okay, so suppose like you forgot about there. Here, right? Like you can monitor like what services you have, like you have what kind of host you have. You can add a number of hosts here, like all the services you have to add. Suppose I'm taking a Windows. Okay, I'm taking a Windows here. So when I go to the here, like and I do it like here, you can see when I'm trying to do a Windows server, just trying to do it like Windows server. If you do the Windows server, it will ask me for NCPA agent. So when I download this NCPA service, this is the one of the NCPA is nothing but your one of the Nagios agent kind of things. Okay, it comes as a Nagios agent. What this will do? What this agent do? It is installed in the Windows, and it will fetch the like details of that particular server details to your Nagios. So there you can monitor with your Nagios server by using this NCPA agent. So similarly, like this is also a kind of plugin. You have to install like kind of plugin like into your Nagios. So install like once you have these plugins, it will automatically show you like what all the details you have. So it will show you like in a kind of these things, and you can do it deploy agent also you can do deploy and on which IP address or host names. And if you have any credentials here, you can do auto deploy also you can do, or you can download this deploy and you can install it in your Windows machine. It will get the IP address of your Windows machine, update that in your agent. So then agent will pull the data from that particular what are the services you have. It will pull that data and it will automatically share you that data to your Nagios server. There's also one other way you can get rid of this thing. So, but it is purely take everything as an agent only. So everything comes as an agent only. So now we have to take like, yep, these are the commands. You can see here, right?
These are the commands you can use for your execution kind of thing. Like check, like if I require to check DNS, this is a kind of direct command I can utilize. Like this, you can have a plenty of commands directly. Like Nagios is giving you, yes, if you want to have a proper command to check something, you want to check like some local data, you want to check something. So it provides you a kind of all things as a kind of command, and you can also apply the configurations if you require to have any configuration. You can check here, command configuration verification will be happen. Nagios core is restarted and upgrade the configurations. If we can do any of the snapshots or apply configurations. If you want to have apply any new configuration, you can go here, do the new configuration. And any configuration monitoring plugins you require to have here, you have option for the plugins. You can check the upload the plugin or more plugins. You go here. Let me get you NCPA plugin. So these are the different types of plugins they have: a remote development kit, NCPA log file. This is for the log files, and these are for the Java based kind of this thing, internet web hosted, and CoreOS plugin development tools. Here you have a plugin development tool, backup and restore. You have a cloud. You can check for the cloud as well. These are the kind of plugins. It is this is the Python NAZPY. Similarly, you have NAPE. So here, these are the for the cloud, you have around 46 listings you have. So you can go and you can download any of the plugin which you require to have. Suppose like these are AWS status page, AWS application load balancer and health check, AWS CloudWatch metrics. So these are all plugins you are installing with your this thing. These things you can install the plugin, and this plugin will be connected to that. You have to provide the everything here. Take the IP service, IP addresses only. Everything take in IP addresses here. So you have to take you have to add your IP addresses here and take every of thing as these things. So then plugins, again, same thing, like plugins, you're adding the plugins, and similarly you're adding these things. And again, you are configuring the systems over there and properly doing that. You can see here system messages, like you can have more of the plugin things, and you have more on where are we here? So configurations, hosts, servers, like if you want to add more hosts, you can add a new host here as well. Or you want to add a services. See here, when I try to add a new host, it asks the host name and address, IP address of that one, and any of the other arguments if you require pass, and check command. What are the check command, check host live, all those things. You have to provide what you're trying, what you have to achieve. So it's what kind of thing, like you're going to host the server, you want to look for the server databases, like are you looking for the server with the application running, are you running on a kind of a host as a kind of these things. And for the host also, you can go here and check how to want to settings, or alert settings also. You can come here, notification period, you can check how you want to monitor that, how you want to have a notification. So when you want to have notification, all these kind of host managements you can do here on your configuration things. So this is very here also you have a templates, and you have a host template and commands you have, and advanced options also you have, a lot of other what you can say, other operations also you have, we can perform with Nagios. So for us mainly, you're hosting an application, or you're hosting a kind of a website, you're monitoring that. You saw Flipkart, we went on the Flipkart and we saw how it has been happening, what kind of detail is coming, all those things we were able to see. Now see here, two services up, and all two these things. Now even I don't have any problem here. But if I see here, services status thing, I have 12 things, and one is in critical status, one is unhealthy, and one is a problem. If I go here, one unhandled, one situation is unhandled, it is local host as the one issue. And there is one problem as well here. What is the problem? If you see, this problem is also like a swap related kind of thing. One unhandled, you have 13 services. Inside of 13 services, few services from the local host and one service from the URL status. Similarly, you can get you can get it up what URL status you have, what kind of performance graphs you have. So here, like previously, you don't have graphs. Now you got the graphs. Like you can see last status, how much of seconds it is taking for each of the fraction of seconds. Like the last 24 hours, you can see here. So like, these kind of details, you're generating a reports. You're generating here. You can generating a reports. So you're generating the reports and you are sending these reports to your management. Say, this is our servers are good and the servers are working fine and the servers are this kind of situations. And these are all where you going to send all your these things like a SLA report. Here you can see the SLA report. So this SLA report is one thing you have to generate for this. See here, SLA target is 95%, but you never do 99%. We always do 19%. So 99% hosts, all the hosts SLA target, 99% all passed. This comes as 99.0 thing. The other thing is average 100% has been there. So based on how much of traffic, how many requests it has been failed. Suppose if I enter, I didn't say like it didn't process my request, then my SLA target will be come 0. So as a SRE, I have to make the SLA target as 99.9%. I try to make it up 99%, and I have to make sure that my hosts are like my host, everything has been taking up and has been providing me SLA report as 100%. Or like if I'm able to showcase SLA report as down, then I have to make sure why it has been happening and what is the issues has been there. All those things like you have to work on that actually. You can get SLA report for each and every of your this thing service data. So network report you can get like how network we don't have this configuration. You can get the state history, SLA report, executive summaries, capacity plannings, all those things you can get it for this Nagios. So like for the like once you have like application is being hosted, then same like we have a monitoring people, right? This monitoring people come and they'll try to install this thing. If they have anything, they'll come to us, say, hey buddy, this is the kind of issues I'm facing and these are issues I'm having issues, and we could see the SLA report has been low. Why? What other we can do? That and all we have to verify with these people. That people can help us kind of these things. Now I have to make sure like if my application is low latency, then how can I improve my application? These are all things you have to make sure that, these are the action items you have to take in the capacity planning, and even you have performance planning, all those things like you have to take care of all the details. This is your monitoring tool for your Nagios. You have, it's a very, very vast subject. You have like a lot of options you have. So just to try to explore each and every option you have here so that, you can understand a little bit more on these things.
No, I have never used these things. I mean, in my organization, we are not using this thing. We have other other things to monitor. But what is the real means in
application for us in application monitoring or URL monitoring is one thing we usually do.
Okay.
So we saw web URL, right? So like again, it's a web more configure. I'll show you like a similar web specific URL. I'll take this again, Flipkart only. Flipkart only. I'll show you like a different method here now. So here I'm going on website itself. Now I'll give you instead of a website URL. This is a website URL kind of thing. Now I'm using a website only. Both are two different things. See here, the same thing I'm giving Flipkart IP address, all those things I'm doing. Here I want to have HTTP ping DNS resolution, web page content, like okay, web page regulation expressions, SSL certifications. These are all I'm doing here. So you must specify string expect in the web page content. Anything you want to have, like I'm not going, I don't know what content on there, just using, I'm using next year. So I'm just use the same thing. If I go to this home, now I have 3 services here. The 3 services here, see here. Why that is not came? Now 1 second, it comes. It show you like a different URL.
Can we monitor all the servers connected? Means if we have number of servers.
Yeah, this time it comes 13. 1 second. See here, previously I have only URL status. It's now DNS IP matching. DNS okay from 0.06 seconds. Flipkart returns like this error. So it will start doing that. Like it's anyway, like now services is going, one more service is increased, and all now I have 18 services. If this 18 services, like here I can see DNS matching, it started doing, and HTTP spending, like it is taking up all other activities. So it is adding, like it was not taking up this thing. Since previously we have only like, URL status, now it is going on more adding on that one. So like what you want to have, what website you have, like what you want to take it up, that and all you can take here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it 100%ly like, even I never use this thing in my real time. Only like, for here, this thing I'm going on this thing. I never use this thing. Most of the time, see now it is went on the 16 services.
Yeah, Bhavani is not here. He has experience on this.
Because like most of the times we started using Prometheus and Grafana kind of things, because we will be there in the Kubernetes and we started utilizing that is one widely used kind of things. As again, I'm telling to this monitoring people as well. They learn like a Prometheus and Grafana. That thing they'll have a benefit actually. That for the Kubernetes, that's a commonly cross, like it's a free comes as a Prometheus comes as a free, where these things you have to get the license. But this thing is more on like Linux server based kind of thing. That is a benefit kind of thing. For us, application kind of related, you not require this much bigger and vast kind of things where you have lot of hundreds of options.
Yes. I think we can close now. Almost 5 hours. Means my suggestion.
Yeah, sure. Like you guys, try to explore here things what you have here, all those things. And next week we will go on Ansible. That is a kind of, again, comes as a server based kind of things. Like again, you connecting one server to other servers. Like that is that's like a little bit interesting kind of thing. Like you will see very nice, interesting concepts you'll have with Ansible. And then like again we will install these things, Kubernetes and Docker and Jenkins, all those things, and we'll start patching up your kind of pipelines. And the next day we will go on AWS, some kind of things on related to the AWS, all those things we will see.
Yes.
But anyway, we are taking it up like next week again, going on 7 o'clock, because few people agree, not agree. So we're going on at regular timelines. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
See you on.
Good night.
Thank you, sir.